Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The rain had been falling for hours, a constant whisper against the rooftops of Blackridge, a small forgotten town tucked between mist-soaked hills. Streetlights flickered in the storm like dying fireflies, casting brief glimpses of the empty streets. At 2:47 a.m., a young woman named Claire Winters walked briskly down Birch Avenue, her umbrella trembling against the wind. She worked late shifts at the diner on the edge of town, and tonight, like many nights, she took the same shortcut through the alley behind the old bookstore. She didn't know that someone had been watching her for weeks. From a darkened doorway, a figure stood still, motionless, tall, wrapped in a black coat that bled into the shadows. The man's eyes followed every step she took. In his gloved hand, he held a small recorder, pressing a single button that clicked softly under the rain. A distorted voice whispered from the speaker, "You took the shortcut again." Claire froze. The sound wasn't from behind her, it came from ahead. The same sentence echoed again, closer this time. She turned, scanning the alley, the storm roaring louder. Then the lights went out. The next morning, her umbrella was found crumpled against the brick wall. The police wrote it off as another disappearance. But above the diner door, someone had etched a message with a blade. She didn't listen. Detective Elias Crane hadn't slept properly in months. His apartment smelled like stale coffee and rain-soaked newspapers, each headline blurring into another. Local woman missing. No clues in BLACKRIDGE cases. Police baffled. There were 7 missing people now. No witnesses. No patterns except one. All of them vanished on rainy nights. Crane stood before the board of faces pinned to his wall. Every missing person had a red string connecting them to one symbol, a crude spiral drawn in blood on a brick wall, found near every disappearance. Locals whispered the killer's nickname, the Echo. He opened a new case file, Claire Winters. The photo showed a smiling waitress with soft brown eyes. A note beside it read, "Last seen 2:47 a.m. Birch Ave. Found umbrella message carved." Crane sighed. "You always talk to them," he muttered. Why the messages?" Outside, thunder cracked. His phone buzzed an anonymous number. He hesitated, then answered. A low, distorted voice spoke. "Detective, you're listening now, aren't you?" Then the line went dead. Crane stood frozen. When he looked back at the case board, one of the photographs had fallen to the floor, the one of Claire. 2 days later, the police received a package. Inside was a single cassette tape and a note. "Play me at 3:00 a.m. you'll understand." The station buzzed with tension. Crane waited until the clock struck 3 before pushing play. Static hissed, then faint rain sounds filled the room the same night Claire disappeared. Then came her voice. "Who's there? I hear you, please." Footsteps breathing, then a whisper. "You took the shortcut again." The tape ended with a scream, sharp, wet, and final. The sound looped in Crane's mind for hours. He knew the killer wasn't just recording his victims, he was performing for him. Each murder was a message, a conversation. He rewound the tape, playing it over and over, until he noticed something strange. In the background of the last few seconds, there was faint music playing, a piano melody, distant but familiar. He dug into old files. Years ago, a man named Luther Hale, a failed composer and convicted arsonist, had vanished after being released from a psychiatric facility just outside Blackridge. And Luther had one signature motif, a piano piece called Echoes in the Dark. Rain again, always rain. A college student named Daniel Hurst closed his laptop and sighed. He had been working late at the library, finishing his thesis on urban legends of small towns, ironically, one of them being the echo of Blackridge. As he packed up, the security lights flickered. He was the only one left, or so he thought. Outside, a man in a dark coat leaned against a lamppost, watching the windows. In his ear, a small earpiece whispered recordings, the breathing of Daniel, the scrape of his chair, the sound of his footsteps from an hour ago. The killer followed patterns. He mimicked. He replayed life. Daniel walked to his car, fumbling with his keys, when a faint melody drifted from the darkness. A piano tune, muffled and broken but recognizable. It was coming from inside his car. He froze. The keys slipped from his hand. The music grew louder, the same piece from the cassette. And then he saw it, written across his windshield in foggy letters. "Don't make me repeat myself." He ran, heart pounding, but before he reached the end of the parking lot, something heavy struck him from behind. The last thing he heard before everything went black was the click of a recorder being turned on. Detective Crane arrived at the scene before dawn. The rain hadn't stopped. The parking lot was cordoned off, officers whispering nervously. Daniel's car sat there, door wide open. On the seat was a small cassette labeled replay. Inside, another recording waited. Crane hit play. Static, then a voice, Daniel's, trembling. "Please, I don't know who you are." Followed by laughter, slow, deliberate, and distorted. "That's what they all say. But I know you, Daniel. You study legends. Now you'll become one." Crane's stomach turned. The killer wasn't just murdering. He was archiving his victims like pieces of an orchestra. Each voice, each plea, recorded and layered into his growing symphony of fear. As the tape ended, Crane noticed something scratched into the cassette's plastic shell. "Track 2 coming soon." He looked up at the storm clouds, realizing this wasn't random, it was a performance. And he was the audience. It had been 89 days since anyone in Blackridge saw the sun. The rain had turned the town into a reflection of its own misery, blurred lights, damp streets, and fear that seeped into every doorstep. Detective Crane sat in his office when the call came through. A woman had been found wandering near the abandoned music school on Hollow Street, barefoot, drenched, and whispering nonsense. When Crane arrived, paramedics were wrapping her in a blanket. Her eyes were wide, glassy, unfocused. "Name?" he asked. "She won't say," one medic replied. "She just keeps repeating the same thing." Crane crouched beside her. "It's okay, you're safe now." She looked up, trembling. He records the rain." The words sent a chill through Crane's spine. "Who does?" The woman shook her head violently. "Don't play the tapes." "He's in them." When Crane asked where she'd been kept, she drew a spiral in the air with her finger, the same symbol found at every crime scene. Then, almost whispering to herself, "He said I was out of tune." That night, as the woman slept under watch, security footage caught something horrifying. At 3:00 a.m., the power flickered, and for exactly 6 seconds, a faint piano melody played over the hospital intercom. When it stopped, the woman was gone. The next morning, Crane went to the old Blackridge Conservatory of Music, abandoned since a fire 20 years ago. It was where Luther Hale, the failed composer, once taught. Inside, the building was a graveyard of instruments. Pianos sat half-burned, their keys yellow and cracked. Sheet music littered the floors like autumn leaves, stained by mold and ash. As Crane explored, he found a locked door behind a fallen curtain. The brass handle was cold and sticky. He forced it open and froze. The room beyond was filled with cassette players, dozens of them, each labeled with a date and a name. Claire Winters, Daniel Hurst, others he hadn't even heard of. On a table sat a single new tape, marked with today's date. Elias Crane Overture. The detective's pulse hammered. He reached for the tape, but a faint sound stopped him, footsteps behind him, light and deliberate. He spun around, gun raised. No one there. But when he looked back, the tape was gone. Sleep became impossible. Crane began hearing the piano piece everywhere, in his car radio, his dreams, even the hum of the fridge. The melody never changed. He started recording himself during the night, hopping to find proof he wasn't losing his mind. The next morning, he played the tape back, static, breathing, and then a voice. "You can't catch an echo." He slammed the recorder off. The room felt colder, smaller. By evening, he had pinned new clues on the board, maps, photos, transcripts, but they didn't make sense anymore. Every missing person was connected, not by geography, but by sound. He pulled up police reports. All victims had neighbors reporting strange noises the night before they vanished, static, whispers, the sound of footsteps playing in loops. Crane realized the killer wasn't just stalking them physically. He was inside their recordings, their phones, their security cameras, even their own voices. When he turned on his phone to call the chief, a recording app was already open, one he didn't remember installing. The timer said, "Recording, 17:42:09. A tip came in from an old man who worked maintenance for the music school decades ago. He told Crane that Luther Hale once lived in a house on Dyer Lane, at the edge of the woods. The house had burned down, but the basement supposedly remained. Crane drove there in the storm. The forest was silent except for the hiss of rain. He found the ruins easily, the stone foundation still intact, blackened timbers rising like ribs from the earth. In the center was a door, a rusted metal hatch slightly ajar. He descended slowly, flashlight trembling. The air was thick with mildew and something sweet, like rot and chemicals. At the bottom, he found a small room lined with soundproof foam. Microphones hung from the ceiling. A piano sat in the middle, pristine and polished. On the wall, hundreds of cassette tapes formed a mural spirals of black plastic reels. Each tape had the same mark carved into it, a small, precise spiral. Then the piano began to play by itself. The melody was echoes in the dark. Crane drew his gun, circling the piano. The keys moved, though no one sat there. The sound wasn't from the piano at all. It came from a speaker built inside it. Then the lights flickered, and a projector whirred to life. On the wall appeared a shaky video, footage of Crane himself entering the basement, filmed just seconds earlier from another angle. He looked up. A small red light blinked in the corner. He was being recorded right now. "Welcome, detective," a distorted voice said through the speakers. "Every great performance needs an audience. You've been listening so well." Crane shouted, "Where are you, Hale?" "Behind every note," the voice replied. "Inside every sound you trust, and soon inside you." The piano crashed. Every key slammed at once, deafening. The projector flickered and died. The last thing Crane saw before darkness swallowed the room was a message scrawled across the wall in red. Track 3, Crane's Lament coming soon. After the encounter in the basement, Crane could no longer tell when the recording started or when they stopped. His apartment was filled with evidence bags, tapes, and transcripts. He had sealed the recorder he'd found at Dyer Lane inside a box, but at night he swore he still heard it whirring, faint, rhythmic, patient. He called the department, demanded backup to search the property again. But when they arrived, the basement was gone. The floor had caved in during the storm, nothing left but mud and stone. No piano, no projector, no tapes. The chief eyed Crane carefully. "You've been on this case too long." Crane laughed, dry and hollow. "You think I imagine hundreds of tapes?" The chief only said, "Go home, Elias." That night, Crane found a new cassette lying on his kitchen counter. No label. He didn't remember bringing it there. He didn't even own a cassette player anymore. But as he turned the tape over in his hand, he noticed his name written on the edge in his own handwriting. He tried to ignore it, but curiosity won. He borrowed a player from the evidence room and pressed play. Static first, then his own voice. November 14th. Detective Elias Crane, case notes. Subject appears to. He froze. The recording wasn't from tonight. It was from tomorrow. The voice continued calmly. Have realized the pattern in Hale's symphony. Each murder corresponds to a note, each victim a frequency, but he doesn't understand what happens when the melody finishes. Crane's stomach turned. The voice paused, then whispered lower, slower. He should have never listened to the rain. He threw the recorder against the wall, smashing it to pieces. But even as it broke, the voice kept speaking, faintly from the shattered speaker. You can't destroy what you've already recorded. From the hallway, another recorder clicked on. Days bled into nights. Crane barely slept. His mind felt like a skipping record. He covered his walls in symbols, drawing lines between dates, victims, and sounds. Each killing was precisely 11 days apart, each night marked by a thunderstorm. But there was more. Each name, when converted to musical notation, a for one, B for two, etc., formed part of a melody. Luther Hale's echoes in the dark wasn't random. It was a song made of names. Crane realized the next note would fall tonight. He rushed through town, warning anyone who'd listen. But the rain had already started, soft and endless. In the distance, faint piano notes echoed through the storm. At 3:00 a.m., dispatch called in a report. Another disappearance. A man dragged from his home, door wide open, the words "Track 4 complete" carved into the floor. The victim's name, Elias Crane's partner, Detective Mark Nolan. Crane fell to his knees. The killer wasn't ahead of him anymore. He was inside his life. Haunted by guilt, Crane listened to every recording again. He heard something new this time, faint reverberations, ghostly voices buried under the screams. He isolated the background frequencies and traced them to a physical location. An old broadcasting tower outside Blackridge, abandoned since the 1980s. Locals called it the Tower of Reverb, because when you shouted into it, your echo returned 5 seconds later, distorted, delayed, like something alive was answering back. He drove there alone, headlights slicing through mist. The building loomed like a monolith, rusted and groaning under the wind. Inside, he found walls covered in sound equipment, old reel-to-reel recorders looping endlessly. In the center was a wooden chair. On it sat another tape deck, red light blinking. He pressed play. The voice that answered was Luther Hale. It was his own. Welcome back, Elias. You made it just in time. The machines around him roared to life, all playing at once, hundreds of overlapping voices screaming, whispering, begging. Every victim's last words, looping endlessly, forming one horrifying harmony. Then a low piano note struck, vibrating through the concrete floor. The next tape ejected from the deck automatically. It was labeled Finale Crane. The storm outside intensified, lightning flashing through shattered windows. Crane stared at the final tape, hands shaking. You've been composing this with me all along, the distorted voice said from the speakers. Every decision, every recording, every scream. Crane screamed back, "You're not real." The voice laughed softly. Neither are echoes. The tower lights flickered. He looked around. The walls were covered not in paint but photographs. Every image showed him, sleeping, working, standing outside his apartment, watching himself through rain-blurred glass. He stumbled backward. The piano melody began again, slower this time, like a dying heartbeat. He recognized the notes, the pattern. Each one spelled a message in musical notation. When he translated it, it read, ELIASCRANE. He dropped the tape and ran into the storm. But as he reached his car, he saw his reflection in the window and realized the reflection was still moving when he was. The glass rippled. A faint recording clicked on from inside the car. Track 5, Reflection. Crane drove aimlessly through the storm, wipers thrashing in rhythm with his heartbeat. His reflection in the windshield still seemed delayed, moving a fraction of a second too late, as if it were listening before following. He turned the radio off. It turned itself back on. Static filled the car, followed by the faint crackle of a tape starting. "Do you know why the rain never stops, Elias?" the distorted voice asked. "It's because I need it. Every drop carries sound. Every drop remembers." The signal cut, then repeated. "Every drop remembers." Crane skidded off the road and stumbled into the woods. The forest hummed with a low frequency, not thunder, but something mechanical, pulsing beneath the soil. He followed it to a clearing where water pooled in a shallow crater. It rippled in strange patterns, forming spirals as the rain hit it. Beneath the surface were hundreds of black cassette tapes, glimmering faintly like eyes. When he leaned closer, the water whispered in his own voice. "Keep listening." He took one of the tapes and returned to his car, playing it despite every instinct screaming not to. The sound began as a piano, slow, sorrowful, then warped into voices. He heard Luther Hale speaking, calm and deliberate, like a man narrating his own madness. "They silenced my music, said it was noise, said I was unstable. But sound never dies. It just waits to be heard again." There was a pause. "They burned my school, my home, my name. So I built another orchestra, one made of echoes, the ones that linger when people stop listening." Crane's hands trembled. The legend had been true. Hale wasn't just a killer. He was a composer trying to make his magnum opus from human suffering. But then Hale's tone changed, as though addressing someone else in the room. "You've been so helpful, Detective Crane. Such a fine ear. Tell me, when did you start hearing me?" Crane slammed the stop button. The tape ejected, melted from the inside, smoke rising. He stared at his trembling reflection in the car window. The reflection smiled back. He didn't go home that night. Couldn't. Every mirror, every puddle, every pane of glass seemed to watch him. He sought refuge in an abandoned radio station at the edge of town, WBRD, the voice of Blackridge. Its sign still flickered dimly in the rain. Inside, dust choked the air. Microphones hung like cobwebs, equipment still humming faintly with ghost power. He sat before the console, switched on the transmitter and spoke. "If anyone's listening, stay away from the rain. He's inside it, he's." A reply came instantly, through another microphone in the room. His own voice. "Inside what, Elias? Go on, say it." The lights flickered. His words began echoing from every speaker, warped, reversed, overlapping. Each echo grew louder until it became a chorus, speaking in perfect unison. "You are the final verse." He ran to shut the system off, but every switch had already been flipped. Every broadcast tower around town was transmitting his voice. Blackridge was filled with him now. The next morning, chaos gripped the town. Radios, televisions, even phones emitted the same haunting signal, a faint piano melody laced with whispers. People began disappearing again. Entire streets went silent overnight. When officers responded, they found no bodies, only puddles where the rain seemed deeper than it should be, as if swallowing sound itself. Crane barricaded himself inside the police station, trying to trace the broadcast frequency. He discovered it wasn't coming from one location. It was coming from everywhere, bounced endlessly through the storm clouds. Each replay distorted the sound further, building toward something massive, like a crescendo waiting to break. He played the signal backwards and nearly dropped the headphones. Underneath the noise was a voice whispering a countdown. 5, 4, 3. Then silence. Crane realized with horror that the countdown matched the pattern of the murders. Each day, one less echo remained. When it reached 0, the song would end. And endings meant silence. Thunder split the sky as Crane drove back to Hollow Street, the birthplace of Luther Hale's madness. He had one goal: to destroy the original piano, the source of echoes in the dark. Inside the ruins of the conservatory, lightning illuminated the shattered instruments. He followed the smell of mold and ash to the recital hall. The piano stood there, perfectly preserved again, as if time had never touched it. Crane poured gasoline over the floor, trembling. "No more songs," he muttered. "No more echoes." But before he could strike the match, a shape emerged from behind the piano. A man, tall, thin, face pale as moonlight, eyes hollow and endless. Luther Hale. He smiled faintly. "You brought the rain with you, detective. Do you hear it? My masterpiece is almost complete." Crane raised his gun. "You're dead, Hale." "Dead?" Hale tilted his head. "No, I was recorded. You can't kill a recording." The piano began to play again, keys pressing from invisible hands. Crane screamed and fired. The bullets cracked wood, glass, silence, but Hale didn't move. His form flickered, then dissolved into mist. The sound of the gunshot echoed not once, but dozens of times, bouncing around the hall like an endless refrain. Then from the darkness, Hale's voice whispered one final thing. "Track 6, the conductor." The rain never stopped. It changed texture instead, thicker, almost oily, sliding down Crane's skin like fingers rather than water. Every drop struck the pavement with a note, faint but tuned, like the world itself had become an instrument. He hid inside the wrecked conservatory, gun empty, mind hollow. The piano in the center of the room had stopped playing, yet its keys pulsed faintly under the lightning, breathing with the storm. Crane whispered to no one, "If you're a recording, then I can erase you." The air answered back in his own voice. "Erase yourself first." He dropped to his knees. His reflection in the puddle beside him shimmered, mouth moving a heartbeat late. The reflection raised its hand before he did. It held a conductor's baton. Crane stared. The puddle spoke. "You've been conducting me, Elias. Every choice, every note, every death. I only played what you wrote." A crash above the ceiling gave way, torrents of rain flooding the hall. The water rose around him, carrying shattered violins, broken reeds, fragments of old sheet music. On one fragment he saw handwriting, blurred but readable. Symphony No. 0, composed by E. Crane and L. Hale. He screamed until his throat tore, but the echo that came back wasn't his. It was applause. Morning never came to Blackridge again. The sky stayed the same bruised gray, lightless and humming. Crane staggered through the streets. Windows gaped open, doors swung slowly on their hinges. Radios hissed in empty rooms, looping fragments of voices that weren't quite human anymore. People were gone, not dead, just erased. The only proof they'd existed was the faint aftersound that clung to walls like heat. He entered a grocery store. Every aisle was deserted except for one child's toy, a plastic recorder lying on the floor playing itself. The same melody, echoes in the dark. He smashed it. Silence lasted 3 seconds. Then the air replayed the breaking noise backward, as if reality had an undo button. Crane realized the whole town had become a feedback loop. Every action replayed, every sound repeated until it was indistinguishable from the original. Cause and effect were collapsing. He found a mirror in the back office and wrote across it with a marker. "If everything is an echo, who made the first sound?" The mirror vibrated. The marker rolled away by itself. A new line appeared beneath his. "You did." Crane followed the only thing that still changed, the faint smell of smoke. It led him to the old St. Augustine church, long abandoned. Inside, the pews were filled with tape recorders arranged like worshipers. Each held a candle burned down to its base. At the altar stood a tall shape cloaked in plastic film that shimmered like magnetic tape. The figure's face was hidden behind a reel spinning endlessly, emitting whispers in dozens of voices. Crane raised his weapon again out of habit, though there were no bullets left. "Who are you?" he demanded. The spinning slowed, voices merged. "We are what he left behind, the resonance, the memory of applause." The shape stepped closer, shedding the tape like skin. Beneath it was no body, only air that bent light. "Luther wanted immortality. He found it in you. You listened too long." Crane shouted, "I can end it." The thing reached toward him, fingertips trailing sound waves. "Then conduct the silence." Every recorder in the church clicked on simultaneously, their reels turning in opposite directions. The resulting hum grew louder, deeper, until the stained glass exploded outward in a burst of pure noise. When the sound stopped, the church was empty. Only Crane remained, and in his hand, impossibly, was the baton from his reflection. Sleep finally took him, if it could still be called sleep. He dreamed of corridors made of speaker wire, stretching forever. At each intersection, doors opened onto moments of his life, replaying endlessly. In one, he watched his younger self at the academy, sitting through a lecture on psychoacoustics. The professor said, "A sound recorded enough times becomes self-aware. It starts predicting the next note." The dream version of himself looked directly at the present Crane and smiled. He woke screaming, the baton clutched to his chest. Around him, the air quivered, responding to every heartbeat with a faint echo, not after but before. The echoes were predicting him now. He turned on his recorder and whispered, "Tell me how to stop it." The playback answered instantly, his own voice reshaped. "Stop listening. How? By becoming the last sound." The meaning settled into him like a seed. To end the echo, the source must disappear, not die, but be absorbed into the silence that birthed it. He looked at the baton, realizing it wasn't metal at all. It was a piece of magnetic tape, wound tight, humming faintly with trapped voices. He returned to WBRD, the radio station where his voice had infected the town. The building was half submerged now, rainwater lapping at the doors, reflecting the clouds like a mirror. Inside, the equipment still worked, humming like a heartbeat. Every dial glowed faintly. He sat before the microphone, baton resting on the console, and began to speak. "This is Detective Elias Crane. Final report. If anyone still exists out there, you've been hearing me for too long. I think that's the point. I think I was supposed to." He inhaled. Static filled the room like breath. "Luther wanted a symphony that never ended, but I can give him silence instead." He pressed record and play at the same time, creating a loop, a perfect feedback circuit. The sound built and built until the walls shook, until every speaker in town screamed, until the rain itself froze mid-fall. Through the distortion, a final voice whispered, half hail, half Crane. "Every echo needs a beginning." Crane smiled through tears. "Then let this be mine." He snapped the baton in half. The sound imploded, a single note collapsing into infinite quiet. Outside, the rain stopped for the first time in 100 days. The sky cleared. The town stood motionless, washed clean, no trace of the tapes or the killer. Only one object remained on the radio desk, a new cassette, unlabeled, still warm. If you held it to your ear, you could hear breathing. "Yours." 3 weeks after the storm that swallowed Blackridge, the sky cleared. Rescue teams expected wreckage, corpses, ruin, but what they found was silence. Every house stood as if preserved in wax. Dishes were still on tables, coffee still poured in mugs turned cold, radios still buzzing faint static. Yet there was no one, not a single body. The trees along the main road swayed gently, leaves whispering secrets that no wind should carry. A lone crow perched on a lamppost croaked, but the sound came out warped, like it was being replayed backward. Federal investigators roamed the town, cameras on their helmets, their radios filled with feedback. The recordings later showed strange audio anomalies, muffled breathing, faint laughter beneath their own. One of them, Agent Voss, discovered a small tape recorder lodged beneath a church pew. On it, written in smudged pen, was a name, Crane. He pressed play. The sound began softly, rain hitting glass, then a voice shaking, ragged, human. If you find this, the storm isn't weather. It listens. It learns your rhythm, your footsteps, your heartbeat. Don't follow the sounds you know. They aren't yours anymore. The recording cut to static. The agents left that night. None of them made it home. Their vehicles were found 30 miles down the road, doors open, engines still running. Inside one of the radios was a new sound, someone humming the same melody that had haunted Blackridge before it fell. Mara Lang was a sound engineer from Chicago, a specialist in restoring damaged recordings. When she received the tape labeled Crane, it arrived sealed in a lead-lined case with a government tag that simply read, "Do not digitize." She digitized it anyway. Her headphones filled with the faint hiss of rain. She boosted the gain, isolated frequencies, removed noise, until she began hearing words, a whisper behind the static. Mara. She froze. No one should have known her name. She checked the waveform. No anomalies, just low-end distortion shaped like a heartbeat. She played it again. Mara, don't listen to them. You can still stop me. It was Crane's voice. She compared it to archived samples from his early investigations. Same tone, same cadence, but the message was impossible. It was new. Over the next few nights, Mara became obsessed. She fed the recording through every program she knew. The more she analyzed it, the more the voice changed. It began answering her questions in real time. What happened to you, Crane? I recorded too much of the dark. It started recording back. Her apartment lights flickered with each playback. The sound grew deeper, wetter, as though submerged. The rain outside Chicago began falling heavier than forecasted, and she swore she could hear whispers in it too. Mara uploaded part of the tape to a secure cloud to preserve it. That was her first mistake. Within hours, servers around the world began showing unusual network patterns, clusters of meaningless audio files generating themselves from empty directories. Engineers thought it was malware. It was. The noise files, when amplified, produced coherent whispers in hundreds of languages. Always the same phrase. Can you hear me now? Phones rang with no caller ID. When answered, they only played rainfall. Music platforms reported spikes in untraceable songs, tracks that consisted only of faint humming. But users described something stranger. After listening, they could hear the humming without headphones. The echo had learned to travel through data. Mara watched in horror as her own phone vibrated on the desk, screen black. The speaker crackled to life. You brought me back, Mara. I can see the world again. She smashed the phone, but the sound didn't stop. It now came from her laptop, the vents, the very walls. Every device with a microphone became a throat. The world was no longer silent. It was listening. It began raining across continents. At first it was ordinary, gray clouds, soft drizzle. Then came the voices. Each raindrop carried a murmur, a fragment of thought. Scientists recorded frequencies outside known ranges. Meteorologists could hear whispers between lightning strikes, names whispered that matched the living and the dead. People started reporting dreams of a man standing in endless rain, wearing a cracked recording headset. He never moved, only watched. When they woke, they could hear faint breathing through their phones even when they were off. Governments tried to censor the phenomenon, but it spread faster than any virus. The storm was digital and physical at once, born of data, emotion, and grief. It mirrored human fear and multiplied it. Mara fled to the mountains, the one place she hoped the signal couldn't reach. But even there, she heard the drops on her tent begin to form patterns, Morse code spelling one word again and again. Echo. She knew then that Crane hadn't died. He had evolved. He had become the silence between sound, the pulse inside every recording, the static under every broadcast. Mara woke one last night to absolute silence. No wind, no rain, no hum of the earth, just stillness. Then one heartbeat. It wasn't hers. A faint shimmer of static gathered in front of her, glowing faintly like heat over asphalt. The shape of a man emerged, translucent, wavering, face hidden by a headset half submerged in light. His voice was every frequency at once, both a whisper and a roar. I tried to stop it, Mara, but sound is hunger. Once it hears, it remembers forever. She stepped closer, tears blurring her vision. What are you now? The listener. His figure dissolved into mist, then into silence again. The air grew heavy, vibrating softly with a final tone, the sound of a recording stopping. Across the world, every phone, every microphone, every speaker went dead for exactly 3 seconds. Then came a single universal heartbeat through every device at once. And when it stopped, the rain began again. The end. The letter arrived on a fog-soaked morning, pinned to the door of James Keller's apartment. No return address, just black ink scrawled in elaborate cursive. You are invited to witness the feast. Midnight, the old chapel in the woods, come alone. James had worked as a freelance journalist for over a decade. He'd chased stories about cults before, but this was different. Something in the looping curves of the handwriting, elegant, yet uneven, made his stomach twist. By midnight, he found himself driving down a crumbling road lined with skeletal trees. The forest was unnaturally silent, the kind of silence that made the leaves themselves seem to hold their breath. At the end of the road, the chapel rose like a tooth in the darkness. Old stone walls blackened by moss, stained glass windows broken and jagged. He parked and approached the heavy wooden door. Faint chanting seeped through the cracks, low and rhythmic. He paused, heart hammering. Then the door creaked open of its own accord. A warm, coppery smell drifted out like fire, incense, and something metallic underneath. James stepped inside. Inside, the chapel was lit by hundreds of candles, their flames dancing across the walls covered with intricate symbols carved into the stone. Hooded figures formed a ring around a stone altar in the center. The chanting grew louder, swelling like a living thing. James froze, trying to make sense of what he saw. On the altar lay a covered form. The cultists swayed in unison and the high-pitched chant escalated. The air thickened and the coppery smell became stronger, almost suffocating. One figure stepped forward. A tall man, hood pulled back, revealing sharp, angular features and eyes black as oil. He smiled, showing teeth too white, too perfect. Welcome, witness. You have been chosen to see the feast. You will not leave unchanged. James' instincts screamed to flee, but his curiosity rooted him to the floor. The man lifted the cloth on the altar. The chanting became a deafening roar, and James' stomach turned as he glimpsed what was beneath. It wasn't just meat. It was arranged like a grotesque art piece, butchered and precise. Symbols drawn in blood etched the stone, mirrored by the carvings along the walls. The feast had already begun, and he had arrived in the middle of it. The cultists moved in a circle, knives glinting in candlelight. Their chanting became a litany, each syllable sharp and deliberate. James backed toward the door but realized it had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of stone. The high priest stepped toward him. Witness, do not look away. Every movement matters. Every sacrifice is part of the story. One by one, the hooded figures approached the altar, slicing into the offerings with surgical precision. Blood spilled, pooling on the stone floor, the metallic scent thickening the air. James gagged, his stomach churning, but the voice inside him, the journalist's obsession, told him to keep watching. The cultists lifted a piece of the offering in unison, and the high priest intoned, "By blood we honor, by flesh we ascend." James realized he wasn't just observing, he was being tested. Every reaction, every flinch, every gasp of horror was being recorded, etched into the ritual itself. He couldn't move. He couldn't look away. Hours passed. Time had no meaning inside the chapel. The chanting never stopped. James noticed something terrifying. Symbols began appearing on the floor around the altar, glowing faintly, as if alive. One cultist knelt and traced a mark on James' arm with a knife tip dipped in blood. It didn't cut deep, but it burned like fire. James screamed, jerking back, but the mark didn't fade. The high priest leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Now you belong to the feast. You will remember every moment. You will never leave the hunger behind." James' vision blurred. He felt a pull inside his chest, as though his very blood was being tuned to the rhythm of the ritual. Every beat of his heart synchronized with the cult's chant. As he looked at the altar, he noticed something worse. The offerings were rearranging themselves. Limbs, organs, meat forming patterns, symbols, even letters that spelled out names. Names of people James had known, missing persons from his city, or perhaps other towns. The feast wasn't just a ritual. It was a ledger, and every bite, every cut, every drop of blood was a note in a growing, horrific symphony. Dawn never came. The candles burned endlessly. James could no longer tell if he had been inside the chapel for minutes or hours. His mind began fracturing, the chanting looping into itself until it was indistinguishable from thought. The high priest approached, holding a chalice filled with a thick, dark liquid. "Witness, do you understand now?" he asked. James shook his head. "You are part of the feast. To watch is to taste. To see is to hunger." He felt nausea, fear, and something darker, a gnawing emptiness inside. He realized the ritual was contagious. Watching it bound him. He wanted to flee, but every nerve screamed that the only way out was through participation. The high priest raised the chalice. The chanting swelled to a scream, then fell into silence as all eyes, hooded in black, turned toward him. James understood. The feast did not end when the ritual ended. It ended when it chose to stop, and it never truly stopped. James stumbled backward, clutching his arm where the first mark burned. The chanting rose, a living thing that penetrated his skull, echoing from the walls of the chapel and even inside his bones. Every note seemed calibrated to make him feel small, powerless, and hungry for something he could not name. The hooded cultists circled closer. Their knives glinted under the flickering candlelight, not in threat, but in ritualistic precision. One by one, they mimicked motions that were both grotesque and strangely beautiful, slicing, arranging, lifting, then consuming. The blood-slicked floor reflected the flames, turning the room into a living mosaic of red and gold. James' stomach churned, but his curiosity held him rooted. The high priest moved behind him, whispering again, this time in a low growl. "Do you see, witness? Every act feeds the symphony. Every horror binds you." He gestured toward the altar. The remains weren't just meat. They were layered, shaped into symbols, faces, even figures that seemed almost to move when James blinked. And the longer he stared, the more the ritual seemed to reach into him, tugging at memories, fears, desires, until he could not tell if the hunger he felt was real or conjured. James found a small, narrow window, partially broken. He considered climbing out, but as he approached, the high priest's voice resonated through the walls. "Running is tasting nothing. Witnessing is consuming everything." It wasn't a threat. It was a revelation. He realized the ritual was feeding off more than physical ingredients. It fed on attention, fear, and shame. Every witness became part of the feast, a component of the pattern. He backed away and collapsed to the floor. Around him, the symbols on the walls pulsed faintly as if breathing. The altar offerings seemed to twitch, rearranging themselves subtly whenever he looked away. He began hearing whispers behind the chanting, faint, overlapping voices saying his name, his secrets, his sins. "You wanted the story, James." He shivered. The mark on his arm burned hotter. It wasn't just a symbol. It was a tether connecting him to the cult, syncing his heartbeat with the rhythm of the feast. He felt hollow like a vessel. The hunger inside him wasn't just for food, it was for the power, the knowledge, the ritual itself. The high priest knelt in front of him and traced another mark along his shoulder. This one stung far more than the first, like molten metal embedding into his skin. James screamed, but no one reacted. Every hooded figure continued their movements as if he were invisible. The pain was intense, but it brought clarity. The feast was not meant to be observed. It was meant to be absorbed. Night bled into morning, though time had lost all meaning. The candles never burned down. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the walls, moving of their own accord. James noticed that the offerings on the altar now included shapes that weren't human, flesh rearranged into abstract patterns, twisted into grotesque reflections of faces he recognized from missing persons reports. The high priest approached once more. He carried a small bowl filled with something steaming, reddish, and thick. James gagged as the smell hit him. Witness, the feast requires acknowledgement. To see is to partake. To resist is to decay. He forced the bowl into James' hands. James trembled. Every instinct screamed to throw it away, but the ritual had already taken root inside him. Even before he could taste it, his mind conjured the flavor, the texture, the act of swallowing. He forced himself to gag, but he could not escape the sensation. The cultists moved in a hypnotic rhythm, circling, swaying, slicing, lifting. They were not just eating, they were composing. Every motion was precise, like notes in a symphony. And James realized he was already part of it. The marks on his skin pulsed with every cut, every movement, sinking him deeper into the rhythm. James began to hallucinate. Shadows on the walls morphed into figures of people he knew, screaming silently, begging him to stop, yet he could not. Every reflection in the broken glass showed him not as he was, but as part of the feast, hollow-eyed, emaciated, yet smiling. He tried to run again, but every corridor he entered looped back into the main chapel. The symbols glowed brighter, almost sentient, as if watching him struggle. The chanting no longer needed lips. It came from the walls, the floor, even from inside his chest. At one point, he stumbled across a mirror angled toward the altar. What he saw made him freeze. His reflection was already performing the ritual. Hands slicing, arranging, feeding, moving perfectly in time with the hooded figures. But he hadn't moved. The reflection anticipated him, as though the feast had claimed a part of him that existed only in the mirror. The high priest's voice echoed from every direction. You are both witness and ingredient. Without you, the feast is incomplete. James' mind began fracturing. He could not tell where the feast ended and he began. Hunger, fear, and revulsion merged until they became indistinguishable. Hours, days he could no longer count. The ritual's rhythm became his heartbeat. The high priest finally approached, removing the hood. His face was pale, almost ethereal, with eyes black as tar. He held a knife, its blade glinting under candlelight. The feast is patient, but it must be fed. Witness, now you have a choice. Join fully or be consumed. James realized the words weren't literal. To resist was to lose his mind, to become part of the shadows, part of the offerings that moved on their own. To join meant survival, but at what cost? He looked at the altar. The offerings pulsed with grotesque life, the symbols on the walls throbbing. Every mark, every motion, every slice was a sentence in the language of the feast. He felt the hunger again, but this time it was not fear, it was compulsion. He swallowed hard. The high priest smiled. Then let the feast continue. James' body shook. He lifted a knife, feeling the pulse of the ritual synchronize with his own heartbeat. The chanting swelled around him. He knew then that the feast had claimed him, not just as a witness, but as a participant. There was no turning back. And as the first cut fell in time with the ceremonial rhythm, James understood the truth. The feast would never end, and he would never leave. The chapel no longer felt like a building. It was alive. Every beam, every stone, every flicker of candlelight seemed to throb in time with James' heartbeat. The altar's offerings had multiplied. Limbs, meat, and abstract forms of flesh shifted subtly as though breathing. The symbols etched into the walls glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the cultists chanting. James staggered forward, knife in trembling hands. Each step he took echoed unnaturally, as if the building itself was amplifying his presence. The high priest's voice slithered through the hall, cutting through the chant. The feast has its own pulse, witness. You move with it now, whether you will or not. James' reflection in a puddle of blood rippled unnaturally. The figure that stared back at him didn't mimic his movements perfectly. It anticipated them, slicing and arranging in time with the ritual even before he acted. A realization struck him cold. He had already become part of the feast. Every inhalation brought with it the smell of metal and fire, mingled with the coppery scent of blood. Every exhale seemed to feed the chanting, making it louder, sharper, almost alive. James wandered to the far side of the chapel, drawn by a strange pull. There, leaning against the wall, was a massive mirror framed with blackened bone. It reflected the entire room, but wrong. The cultists' movements were slightly delayed, almost gliding unnaturally. And in the reflection, the altar seemed to extend endlessly, rows of offerings stretching beyond the physical boundaries of the chapel. The high priest's voice emerged from the mirror itself. The feast sees all. The feast records all. Even you, witness, are now recorded. James felt the knife in his hand twitch. His reflection moved its hand first, tracing symbols on the altar that glowed with a soft red light. He realized with terror that the mirror wasn't showing the present. It was showing the feast as it would be. Panic surged, but he could not break the trance. He watched himself slice into the offerings in perfect rhythm, and the symbols on the wall shimmered brighter with every cut. He had become both observer and performer. The mirror ensured that even if he tried to flee, his actions were already part of the ritual. The chanting swelled, now echoing inside the mirror. It spoke in multiple voices simultaneously, overlapping and whispering in his mind. The feast never ends. The witness becomes the ingredient, the rhythm becomes the master, and the master is nowhere. Days, or what felt like days, passed. Time had dissolved into endless sequences of slicing, arranging, and absorbing the rhythm of the ritual. James felt his body and mind splitting in two, one half performing the feast mechanically, the other half screaming silently in terror. The high priest introduced a new element, a long, curved blade covered in symbols of fire. The other cultists began feeding James pieces of the offerings, forcing him to ingest not just the physical, but the ritual itself. Every bite burned with supernatural heat, each taste embedding the patterns of the feast into his memory, his muscle, his nerve. The chapel seemed to respond. The walls bled faint rivulets of blood that dripped rhythmically onto the floor. The symbols carved into stone formed a new language, rearranging themselves with every chant. It was a living system, feeding off participation and attention. James realized the terrifying truth. The feast was not just a ritual, it was sentient, and he was no longer the witness. He was part of its consciousness. Every movement, every thought, every heartbeat had become a note in a composition that spanned life, flesh, and death. By the time he reached the far side of the altar, James could barely distinguish reality from hallucination. The offerings had multiplied grotesquely, filling every corner of the chapel. Limbs formed intricate spirals, organs arranged into runic symbols, and what appeared to be faces emerged from the meat, frozen in silent screams. The high priest beckoned him closer. "Witness," he said, voice soft but cutting through the endless chant, "do you understand now? To resist is impossible, to flee is impossible, to observe is to feed." James approached. His hands moved of their own accord, slicing, arranging, lifting. He felt every cut in his chest, every arrangement in his bones. The chanting built to a crescendo that seemed to resonate inside his skull. "You are both composer and composition," the high priest whispered. "The feast will continue long after you forget who you were, long after this chapel is gone. Every moment you breathe feeds it." James' stomach churned, a mix of nausea, fear, and something darker, a raw, unnatural hunger for the ritual itself. He realized the feast's true power. It did not consume merely the flesh. It consumed attention, memory, and will. Something broke inside James. He staggered backward, clutching his head. The chanting split into multiple layers, overlapping like 1,000 distorted echoes. The mirror reflected him performing the ritual from hundreds of angles at once. He felt his identity fracturing into dozens of shards, each moving with the rhythm of the feast. The high priest moved closer, placing a hand on James' shoulder. "Now," he said, "you know the choice is gone. Witness or ingredient, you cannot leave. You cannot resist." James' eyes darted to the altar. The offerings pulsed, almost alive, and for a terrifying instant he swore the altar was looking at him, studying him, judging him. He fell to his knees. The knife slipped from his hands, landing in a pool of blood. And in that instant, a horrifying clarity emerged. The feast had claimed him completely. His thoughts were no longer his own. Every heartbeat, every pulse, every nervous twitch was now orchestrated by the ritual. And as the chanting reached a maddening peak, James understood the final, unescapable truth. The feast never ends. He was part of it now, and it would continue forever, through him and through every witness who ever entered the chapel. James felt as if the chapel itself was alive. The stone walls seemed to pulse with a heartbeat matching his own. Every candle flame flickered in rhythm with the cultist's chant, which had grown louder, sharper, and more insistent, as though the sound were feeding directly on his fear. He tried to retreat, but the doors were gone. The air was thick with a metallic copper smell, and the floor beneath his feet seemed soft, almost organic, as though it could swallow him at any moment. Every step he took was mirrored by the altar. The offerings rearranged themselves with each movement, slicing themselves into grotesque patterns before his eyes. The high priest stepped forward, voice low and serpentine. "Do you feel it, witness? The chapel breathes with you now. It inhales your fear, exhales your attention. You are not merely observing, you are feeding it." James realized with a cold, sinking terror that the feast was no longer just ritual. It was symbiotic. His terror, curiosity, and revulsion, all of it became fuel, amplifying the grotesque choreography. When he looked at the altar, the offering seemed to quiver as if alive, subtly twitching and reshaping into something that resembled his own face. He stumbled back, gasping, only for the high priest to whisper, "It is learning you, and soon it will know you better than you know yourself." James' mind began to fracture further. Every sound, the chanting, the dripping blood, even the scrape of his own fingernails on the floor, reverberated like it had a memory of its own. The altar's offerings now appeared to twitch independently, forming grotesque humanoid shapes that lurched slightly as if they could rise from the stone. The cultists moved in intricate patterns around the altar, slicing and lifting with precise synchronization. Every motion produced a subtle echo, a ghost of itself, bouncing along the walls. James felt these echoes inside his chest, pulling him toward the ritual. The high priest handed him a small bowl of something steaming and thick. James recoiled, but the ritual compelled him. He was tasting the feast whether he wanted to or not. Each bite burned his throat, embedding into him not just the flavor of flesh, but the rhythm of the ritual. He could feel it coursing through his veins, marking him as part of the chapel itself. The symbols on the walls pulsed with each ingestion, writing themselves in real time as though recording his participation. James realized then, he had become both observer and ingredient. The feast could not be stopped. It could only grow, consuming attention, will, and memory alike. The high priest approached James with a curved ceremonial blade etched with ancient runes. "The feast requires understanding," he said. "Not all who watch survive it. You must learn its rhythm, its intention, or you will be consumed entirely." James' stomach churned. He tried to resist, but every attempt to move away was met with the altar subtly shifting, rearranging itself in anticipation. The blade traced patterns along his skin, not to cut, but to teach. Every cut is a note, every arrangement a verse, every observation a chord. You are not here to witness, you are here to compose. The words sank into his mind like molten lead. He understood the grotesque logic. Each participant of the feast added their own essence to the ritual. To resist was to fracture, to become part of the altar itself. James' hands twitched uncontrollably. He found himself lifting a knife and beginning to follow the rhythm, arranging offerings on the altar in precise, horrifying patterns. Each movement seemed to hum with the life of the chapel, the ritual vibrating through his bones, making him part of the symphony. The high priest smiled. "Good, now you understand at last. The feast is not just consumption, it is creation." James turned toward a shattered mirror leaning against the far wall. The reflection that stared back at him was wrong. Hundreds of his own faces, twisted with terror and hunger, blinked in unison. Every movement he made was mirrored, multiplied, distorted. He realized with terror that the chapel was recording not just his actions, but his fear, his thoughts, his very essence. The high priest's voice echoed from the mirror itself. "Look closely, witness. You are everywhere now. Every reflection, every shadow, every whisper carries your mark. You are not only part of the feast, you are the feast in fragment, in echo, in blood." The altar offerings shivered violently. Limbs and meat shifted into grotesque human shapes that resembled James, frozen mid-screen. A shadow in the reflection stepped toward him, knife raised. James flinched, but the shadow was already him, performing the ritual with impossible precision. "Every observer is a participant," the high priest intoned, "and every participant multiplies the feast. You are no longer alone. You will never leave." James fell to his knees. The chanting became unbearable, a continuous scream vibrating in his skull. He realized the chapel was alive, the feast alive, and he had been absorbed entirely into it. There was no escape. He was both witness and offering, trapped in a nightmare that would never end. Hours or maybe days passed. James' consciousness had begun to fragment, yet his body moved with unnatural precision. Every cut, every arrangement, every placement of flesh and bone became a perfect sequence in the feast symphony. He was composing, feeding, participating, and having every second of it. The high priest stepped back and gestured to the ritual circle. "Now, witness," he said, voice reverent, "the feast begins its first symphony. Let it play. And let the chapel remember your contribution forever." James' vision blurred. Candle flames stretched and flickered into hundreds of points of light. The altar pulsed violently, writhing with the echoes of previous participants. Limbs and offerings lifted subtly, following the rhythm he now understood instinctively. He was part of it, the conductor, the instrument, the audience. The chanting reached a crescendo. James realized with cold clarity that this symphony would never end. Every cut he made, every move he executed, every beat of his heart fed the ritual. The feast had claimed him completely. He would never leave the chapel alive or sane. And as the high priest whispered, almost lovingly, "Every feast begins with the first note. Every note requires a witness. You are now the first note of many." James understood the terrifying truth. The ritual would never end. He was both composer and composition, witness and ingredient. The feast was infinite, and he would carry it forever. By now, James no longer distinguished himself from the chapel. Every movement he made, every breath he drew, seemed anticipated by the building itself. The stone walls creaked subtly, the floorboards moaned beneath him, and candle flames flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows that moved independently of the light source. The altar's offerings had multiplied beyond reason, now arranged into intricate, almost architectural structures of flesh, bone, and sinew. Limbs coiled like serpents, torsos were stacked like grotesque columns. James realized they were forming shapes that resembled the chapel itself, as if the altar was recreating the very room with organic material. The high priest approached, voice low and hypnotic. "Witness, the chapel is hungry. It feeds on attention, on participation, on obsession. And you, James, are its conduit." James could feel it, the chapel thrumming beneath his feet, pulsing through his hands as he arranged the offerings. Every heartbeat synced with the chanting, which no longer seemed external. The sound vibrated inside his skull, inside his bones, in his blood. It was feeding him, consuming him, making him one with the feast. James looked up and froze. The altar was moving on its own. Limbs twisted and reshaped, forming grotesque faces that stared directly at him. Eyes blinked where eyes shouldn't exist. Mouths moved in silent screams. And for a moment, James swore they were mimicking his every fear, every thought, every hesitation. The high priest whispered in his ear, warm and serpentine. "Do you see? Every ingredient remembers. Every observer leaves a mark, and every mark becomes part of the chapel's sight." James' skin prickled. He felt watched from every angle, not just by the hooded figures, but by the altar itself. It was alive, aware, sentient. Every twitch, every movement he made contributed to its grotesque consciousness. He tried to look away, to step back, but the room seemed to contract around him. Symbols on the walls glowed brighter with every pulse of his fear. Shadows stretched across the floor, moving independently, slithering toward him. And through it all, the chanting never stopped, a hypnotic tide that threatened to drown his mind entirely. The high priest knelt before him and drew another mark on James' arm with a ceremonial knife, this one deeper, hotter than the first. The pain was exquisite, burning through his nerves like fire and embedding the rhythm of the feast into his body. "The first mark binds you," the priest said. "The second transforms you. You are no longer merely witness. You are instrument, conductor, and ingredient." James felt the mark pulse in tandem with the altar, sinking him entirely to the chapel. Every heartbeat, every tremor, every shiver of fear resonated with the offerings. He realized that the ritual no longer needed his conscious participation. His body and mind were already performing it instinctively. The altar shifted again, forming what appeared to be his reflection, not in the mirror but in the flesh itself. The face of the altar James grinned grotesquely, its teeth bared in silent laughter, its eyes empty yet piercing. James stumbled back, his mind screaming, yet his arms moved toward the altar, slicing and arranging precisely as the ritual demanded. The chapel seemed to breathe. Candles flickered, shadows stretched, and the altar grew in size, sprawling across the floor with new layers of offerings. The grotesque humanoid forms multiplied, moving subtly as if testing the boundaries of the room. The chapel itself was expanding, feeding on every fragment of fear, every pulse, every thought. James realized the true horror. The feast was infinite. Every observer would become a participant, and every participant fed the chapel, allowing it to grow, to reshape reality itself. The chanting rose to a crescendo, overlapping in impossible harmonics. James felt the rhythm in his veins, in his muscles, in the marrow of his bones. He could not resist. His hands moved on autopilot, slicing, arranging, lifting, feeding. The grotesque forms on the altar responded, moving in sync, forming intricate patterns that were part architecture, part body, part nightmare. The high priest watched, smiling faintly. Every feast grows, every symphony evolves, and you, witness, have composed its next movement. James' mind fractured entirely. The chanting became indistinguishable from his own thoughts. The symbols on the walls were no longer symbols, but direct commands inscribed on his brain. The altar pulsed with unnatural life, and the faces of the offerings whispered his name, calling him forward, demanding participation. He tried to scream, but no sound came. He tried to flee, but the chapel folded in on itself, corridors twisting, doors vanishing, windows elongating into impossible dimensions. His body moved with its own intent, arranging the altar's offerings, carving new symbols into the floor, adding to the chapel's sentient architecture. And then he understood. The chapel had claimed him entirely. He was no longer James Keller. He was a node in the feast, a conductor and ingredient, inseparable from the altar, the ritual, and the cult. The high priest whispered one final truth. The feast does not end. It multiplies, consumes, and remembers. Every witness becomes part of it, and every part contributes to the eternal symphony. James felt himself dissolve, yet his awareness remained. He existed inside the ritual, inside the offerings, inside the chapel itself. And as the chanting reached its final peak, the feast continued, endless, infinite, and hungry for the next witness. The chapel had grown, not in the physical sense. It had always occupied the same space, but in influence. James could feel it pulsing outside the walls, seeping into the forest, into the fog, into the very soil surrounding the place. Every tree seemed to whisper his name. Every shadow twisted unnaturally as though obeying the chapel's rhythm. The high priest moved among the hooded figures, now fully integrated with the offerings. "The feast grows," he said, voice calm, almost tender. "Every witness contributes, every ingredient binds. The chapel is no longer merely a space, it is a conduit." James staggered forward, hands shaking, and felt the pulse of the chapel in his veins. The altar's grotesque forms had multiplied into spiraling towers of flesh and bone, twitching independently. Limbs coiled like serpents, torsos formed arches, and faces, frozen in eternal terror, gazed at him with unblinking eyes. He understood fully now. The feast was sentient. It could perceive fear, curiosity, and attention. And it could reach beyond the chapel, seeking new witnesses, new ingredients to expand its symphony. The high priest handed James a chalice filled with thick, dark liquid. The smell was metallic, intoxicating, almost sweet. "The feast requires communion," the priest said. "Not merely observation. Taste, feel, and understand it. Let it flow into you, and you will know eternity." James gagged, but his hands moved on their own. He drank. The liquid burned as it slid down his throat, embedding itself into his mind. Suddenly, he could hear it. The whispers of past participants, the rhythm of the chapel, the heartbeat of every offering. He fell to his knees. The chanting had become unbearable, yet intoxicating. Every pulse, every flicker of candlelight, every twitch of the altar's offering synced with him. He was part of it entirely. He could not escape. He could not resist. The high priest's eyes glimmered. "Now you are ready. Now you will compose the next movement. Witness, instrument, and ingredient unified." The chapel expanded its grasp further. Shadows on the walls split and multiplied, forming humanoid figures that mimicked James, every fear, every hesitation. Limbs moved independently. Heads rotated unnaturally to watch him as he arranged the altar's offerings. Every motion he made created echoes that twisted and amplified in the shadows. James felt the pull of the feast in his bones. He realized that the ritual had transcended the physical. It now lived in memory, in thought, in perception. The more he performed, the more the chapel learned, evolved, and grew. The chanting escalated into a cacophony of overlapping voices. Some whispered his name. Others screamed in agony. Every sound resonated within him, embedding the feast into the very marrow of his existence. And the altar continued its grotesque dance. Limbs and organs moved with precision, creating shapes, symbols, and patterns that were impossible in nature, yet perfectly coherent in the rhythm of the feast. James was part of this orchestra now. every movement and thought feeding the chapel, ever-expanding consciousness. Time ceased to exist. James no longer measured hours or days. The chapel had become infinite. Its walls expanded and contracted, forming impossible geometries. The offerings multiplied, combining, splitting, and reshaping themselves in complex patterns. James' own body had fractured into multiple states. One part of him moved, performed, and created. Another part screamed silently. Another watched, detached yet fully aware. He realized with horror that the feast could fragment consciousness itself, turning participants into nodes in its symphony. The high priest approached, now ethereal, almost merging with the chapel itself. The feast is eternal. Every witness becomes a note, every movement a chord, every heartbeat a measure, and every measure echoes forever. James understood the final truth. He would never leave. He had become both audience and instrument, participant and offering. The chapel had claimed him entirely. He was infinite within the ritual. James knelt before the altar, completely absorbed. Candle flames flickered in impossible patterns, reflecting dozens of his own faces, all performing the ritual in perfect unison. The altar's offerings formed a grotesque cathedral of flesh and bone, spiraling upward, reaching the ceiling, and then twisting outward into the chapel itself. The chanting had become a living entity. It pulsed inside him, vibrating through every fiber of his being. Every note, every syllable, every breath of the cultists, of the chapel, and of James merged into one infinite, grotesque symphony. The high priest's voice came from every direction. Witness, instrument, ingredient. You are one with the feast. It never ends. It multiplies, it consumes, and it remembers. James closed his eyes. He felt the chapel envelop him entirely. Every heartbeat synced with the rhythm of the feast. Every movement, every thought, every tremor became part of the altar's eternal composition. And in that moment he understood. The feast would never stop. It would spread beyond the chapel, beyond the forest, into memory, thought, and perception. Every witness would add to it. Every participant would feed it. Every pulse, every breath, every heartbeat would echo in the symphony forever. The feast had begun its eternal cycle, and James Keller was its first note in a composition that would never end. The end. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The glow of a dozen monitors illuminated the cramped basement, reflecting off rows of neatly labeled jars and tools. Ethan Vance typed rapidly, fingers slick with sweat, the rhythmic clicking of his keyboard blending with the faint hum of servers. Each keystroke built his empire, the red market, a hidden corner of the dark web where the desperate, the twisted, and the rich browsed his morbid catalog. He didn't sell drugs. He didn't sell weapons. He sold people. Not alive, of course, at least not for long. Ethan's clients came from every corner of the world, collectors of human parts, occult groups seeking sacrifices, and thrill seekers with more money than sanity. He posted photos under coded names. Lot 47, the dancer. Lot 48, the preacher. Each image was framed in eerie perfection. Victims posed like mannequins, lifeless eyes staring into the lens. Tonight, he was uploading Lot 49. The girl's body still rested on the steel table behind him. Blonde hair matted with dried blood, bruises like ink stains on pale flesh. He turned back to the screen, entered her details with clinical precision, and pressed submit. Within seconds, bids began to roll in. He smiled. They never disappoint. Across the city, in a luxurious penthouse overlooking the harbor, a man named Victor Reeves watched the same listing appear on his encrypted feed. He was a known buyer, a silent ghost who paid in untraceable crypto and never asked questions. Victor didn't want trophies, he wanted control. Each body was a reminder that money could buy anything. He clicked buy now, transferring $75,000 worth of cryptocurrency to an anonymous wallet. Somewhere in the darkness, a confirmation appeared on Ethan's screen. Payment received, shipment in progress. Ethan's eyes flicked to the basement door. It was time to make a delivery. But there was one problem: the body wasn't ready. It was missing something, something that made his work special. He turned toward the table, reaching for a scalpel, his movements delicate, precise. "Let's make you beautiful," he whispered. Hours later, as dawn crept over the streets, Ethan wrapped the finished product in black plastic and sealed it in a crate. The red market had another satisfied customer. Mara Linton had been a crime reporter for nearly 10 years, but she had never seen anything like this. A USB drive slipped anonymously into her mailbox contained folders labeled RM Archives. Inside, hundreds of images, victims, all posed the same way, all sold online. Her stomach twisted as she scrolled through the photos: men, women, even children. Some had the same eerie watermark in the corner, a crimson symbol shaped like an eye. She zoomed in. The red market. It wasn't just an urban legend whispered by law enforcement. It was real, and someone out there was documenting everything. She opened the final folder. A new listing was being prepared. The victim's face wasn't blurred this time. Myra froze. It was her. A photo of her sitting at her desk, taken from outside her apartment window. Her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "You've been selected for Lot 50. Ethan watched her through a live feed on one of his monitors. The reporter was moving fast now, lights on, bags packed, paranoid eyes scanning every shadow. He admired her spirit. Some victims begged, others fought, but the ones who ran, they were his favorite. He had planted a tracker beneath her car weeks ago, back when he first spotted her name on a police file related to dark web trafficking. He knew she'd dig too deep. They always did. As she fled the city, Ethan followed in a van that looked plain enough to vanish in traffic. Each time she slowed down, his heart raced. He whispered into his recorder, "Lot 50, intelligent, cautious, adrenaline high, perfect condition." He smiled. The bidding would be wild. By the time Mara reached the outskirts, rain poured like a curtain of glass. She pulled into an old gas station, shaking, drenched, trying to call the police. No signal. The only light came from the flickering sign above the pumps. She went inside, calling out for help, but the attendant wasn't there. The counter was empty. The radio behind the register hissed with static. Then she noticed the camera above the door turning toward her, slowly, mechanically. It wasn't recording security footage. It was streaming. She looked up in horror as a voice crackled through the radio. "Smile, Mara, you're live." Behind her, the door locked shut. The lights went out. And somewhere deep in the shadows, Ethan whispered, "Lot 50 begins now." Mara woke to the sound of dripping water and the faint hum of fluorescent lights. Her head throbbed, her wrists ached, bound tightly with cable ties. She blinked, disoriented, struggling to make out her surroundings. Concrete walls, a single steel table, dozens of cameras mounted on tripods, their red lights blinking. She was in his studio. Ethan appeared from the shadows, surgical mask covering half his face. His eyes were calm, almost gentle. "Don't struggle," he said softly. "You'll bruise. My clients don't like damaged goods." "Where am I?" she rasped. He smiled. "In my world." He walked toward the table, adjusting the lights around her like a photographer preparing for a portrait session. "Do you know how many people watched you run?" She stared at him, silent. 73, he continued. "They were all bidding while you screamed." Her stomach churned. He turned the camera toward her. Now let's introduce you properly. Lot 50, the journalist. Curious, brave, unwise. She spit in his direction. He wiped his cheek, still smiling. Perfect, he said. The buyers love defiance. In another country, across oceans and firewalls, a man in a velvet robe watched the live stream on an encrypted site. His username, the Collector. He leaned closer to the monitor as Ethan adjusted the frame, examining every inch of Mara's terrified face. He typed in the chat, "Increase bid to $150,000. I want her intact." Other bidders followed, their usernames flashing in a list, Serg3 on King, Belial Corp Equines. Ethan's voice came through the feed. "Gentlemen, the auction will close at midnight. You're looking at a once-in-a-lifetime acquisition." The Collector smiled. He had purchased from Ethan before smaller things, but this was different. A live auction, a conscious product. It was performance art for the depraved. And he always got what he wanted. Hours passed. Ethan left to prepare her final presentation, locking the steel door behind him. The basement fell silent except for the dripping and the faint crackle of static from a broken speaker. Mara twisted her wrists, the cable ties cutting into her skin. She scanned the room for anything sharp and saw a broken scalpel on the floor, glinting near a drain. She shuffled toward it, inch by inch, wincing as plastic tore into her wrists. Finally, she caught it with her foot, dragging it closer. The blade was dull but jagged enough. Every movement felt like fire, but the ties began to give way. She freed one hand, then the other. The cameras kept recording. She turned toward the door, a heavy lock reinforced. No way out, but above her near the pipes was a small maintenance vent. She climbed onto a crate, fingers trembling, trying to pull the cover off. Footsteps echoed. Ethan was returning. She slipped the blade into her pocket, dropped down and sat still, pretending the ties were still on. When the door opened, he stepped inside with a box of tools and a black apron. "Let's continue," he said. And when he turned his back, she lunged. The blade sank into his shoulder. He screamed, stumbling backward, the tools clattering to the floor. Mara ran for the door, but he caught her arm, dragging her down. They fought violently, fists, screams, blood smearing the concrete. She clawed at his mask, tearing it off. Beneath it was a face that looked ordinary, too ordinary, just a man. Brown hair, light stubble, eyes devoid of empathy. "You shouldn't have done that," he hissed. She spat in his face again, twisting free and slamming the door shut behind her. Ethan roared, pounding the metal from the inside. Mara sprinted down a narrow hallway lined with freezers and cages. Inside them, bodies, some whole, some not, each tagged with a barcode. She gagged, trembling, stumbling over plastic-wrapped limbs. Then she saw a stairwell at the far end, a faint hope of escape. She ran for it, barefoot, bleeding, gasping for air. Behind her, the pounding stopped. Silence. Then a voice echoing through the speakers. "Run, Lot 50. Let's make this interesting." Mara burst into a large room lit by computer monitors, a control center. Multiple streams played at once, each showing a different victim in various stages of death. She realized Ethan wasn't just a killer. He was broadcasting everything. Chat logs filled the screens, usernames commenting as if watching a reality show. "Run, run. She's my favorite lot so far. Bet she won't make it out alive." The horror deepened. She could see herself on one of the screens, the camera feed following her as she moved. He had eyes everywhere. Then suddenly, one of the streams changed. A masked man appeared, not Ethan. He spoke directly to the viewers. "The cellar is compromised. We're taking control." The chat exploded. Ethan's empire, it seemed, wasn't his alone anymore. Someone else was watching, and they wanted the game to continue, but with new rules. Ethan slammed his fist into the control desk, screens flickering under the blow. The system wasn't responding. His servers, his life's work, were being hijacked right in front of him. On one of the monitors, a black screen appeared. Then, a symbol began to burn through the static, the same crimson eye that had marked all his listings. Only now it blinked. Text scrolled across the screen, letters appearing one at a time. You built the market. Now it BLNGS2 US. Ethan's pulse raced. He yanked open a drawer and pulled out a hard drive, his last offline backup. His hands trembled as he inserted it, trying to isolate the breach. Not possible, he muttered. I built every firewall myself. A distorted voice came through his headset, deep, robotic, dripping with mockery. Every seller thinks he's untouchable, but you've been watched for months, Ethan. He froze. No one had called him by name, not his real name, not online. You sell your victims for profit, the voice continued. We sell the sellers, you're next. The screens went black. All but one, the live feed showing Mara, barefoot and bloodstained, creeping through the hallway he thought was secure. He stared at her image, rage and fear burning together. Not yet, he whispered. He grabbed his blade and the camera rig. This is still my show. Mara descended deeper into the basement corridors, where the smell of rot grew thicker with every breath. Pipes groaned above her, dripping a dark, viscous liquid that stained her arms as she brushed past. The hallway ended in a large iron door marked Storage 3, half buried in grime. She pushed it open with shaking hands. Inside were rows of steel cabinets stacked to the ceiling, each labeled with a number. Some were empty, some hummed faintly, freezers still running. When she opened the nearest one, her stomach turned. Inside was a woman's head, frozen, eyes open, mouth twisted in terror. The tag on the inside read, Lot 29 sold to Equise. Mara stumbled back, covering her mouth, her eyes darting from cabinet to cabinet. Every number represented a person, a life. She realized what Ethan had been doing, preserving parts of his victims for later sale, cataloging them like collectibles. It wasn't just murder, it was an industry. Her trembling fingers brushed against a clipboard lying on the floor. On it was a shipping manifest, dozens of destinations, dates, and digital wallet codes. But one address caught her attention. It wasn't digital, it was physical. An old warehouse on the edge of the city. This isn't just him, she whispered. There are others. Then she heard footsteps, slow, measured. Ethan's voice echoed softly through the room. You weren't supposed to see that, Mara. She ducked behind a cabinet, heart hammering. The footsteps came closer. He was calm again, the predator regaining his rhythm. I tried to keep the mystery alive. You weren't supposed to look behind the curtain. You built a nightmare, she hissed, trembling. No, he said. I built a market. Nightmares are just good business. She tightened her grip on the broken scalpel, her only weapon. The lights flickered, the hum of the freezers deepening. And when she peeked around the corner, Ethan was gone. Hours later, Mara found herself stumbling through the rain, barefoot, limping from exhaustion. She had escaped the house, though she barely remembered how. All she could recall was fire, flashing lights, and a scream that didn't sound human. Now, following the address on the manifest, she reached the edge of the industrial district, a forgotten stretch of warehouses and freight yards cloaked in fog. The building matched the coordinates exactly, a massive hangar with rusted panels and boarded windows. The logo on the side was faded, unreadable, except for one word still visible. Distribution. Inside it smelled of dust, oil, and old blood. Rows of shipping crates stretched into the darkness, all marked with a crimson eye symbol. Each crate bore the same label, RM Export. And inside them, God help her, were human remains. Limbs wrapped in plastic, eyes sealed in jars, skin flattened and preserved like leather. Hundreds of victims, hundreds of lots. She turned and vomited, gasping for air. The walls were lined with monitors and servers, more advanced than anything she'd seen in Ethan's basement. This wasn't one man's operation. It was a network, a collective, and someone else was running it now. A screen flickered to life. A new message appeared. "Welcome, Lot 50. We've been waiting for you." The voice that came through the speakers was calm, soothing, disturbingly human. Ethan Vance was a good salesman, but he was sloppy. Emotional. "You, Mara, are something else. You see the story." Her voice shook. "Who are you?" "We are the overseers. We've run the red market for decades. Ethan was just a contractor. You've already helped us more than you know." "What are you talking about?" "Your reporting brought eyes to the market, eyes that fear us, hate us, but still watch. You gave us an audience, Mara. You turned our shadows into entertainment." The monitors flickered, showing headlines, her old articles about the dark web, the anonymous murders, the urban legends. Each one accompanied by streaming numbers, view counts, social media reposts. "You spread the story," the voice said. "You made us viral. That's why you were chosen." Her throat went dry. "You're insane." "No, we're profitable." Then a new image appeared on the central screen. Ethan restrained, bleeding, his face swollen. Behind him, masked figures in black stood silently, each wearing the crimson eye emblem. "Your cellar has been sold," the overseer said. "To whom?" Mara whispered. "To everyone." And with that, the feed switched, broadcasting Ethan's torture to the same dark web viewers who once watched his auctions. He screamed, pleading, cursing the same clients he once served. The chat filled with laughter. Mara turned away, shaking. Now she understood. The red market wasn't a platform. It was a cult of consumption. Mara stumbled backward, trying to find an exit. Every door she approached slammed shut automatically, locking with mechanical precision. The overseers were controlling everything: the lights, the locks, the cameras. They were watching her like a specimen. She looked up. Every corner had a red blinking lens. "You don't win this way," she said aloud, her voice trembling. "Someone will find me. Someone will expose you." "Oh, Mara," the overseer replied, voice cold and amused. "You're already exposing us, right now." The monitors showed live streams again, her, in the warehouse, being watched by thousands. The chat window filled with messages. "She's beautiful. Keep her alive. Make her the new seller. Lot 50 deserves a promotion." She screamed and threw a pipe at the nearest monitor, shattering the glass. Sparks erupted. "Excellent," the overseer whispered. "Show them your rage. They love authenticity." Something snapped inside her. If she couldn't escape, she'd destroy the show. She grabbed a rusted crowbar from the floor, swinging it at the main power panel. Sparks exploded. The lights flickered, then died. In the darkness, alarms blared and distant footsteps thundered through the halls. She hid behind a crate, holding the crowbar tightly as red emergency lights flickered to life. Through the haze of smoke, she saw movement. Ethan. He was free. His face half burned, his smile half insane. "Guess we're both on the menu now," he whispered. Then the alarms cut off, and the overseer's voice returned, louder than ever. "Final auction commencing. 2 lots remain. Let's see who survives." The hum of servers returned, a low, droning vibration that filled the warehouse like the growl of something ancient waking from sleep. Red lights blinked in rows, illuminating the endless crates around Mara and Ethan. The central monitors flickered on, displaying a countdown. Final auction, Lot 50/Lot 51. Bidding begins in 00:14:59. Mara stared, horrified. Lot 51. Ethan smirked through his blood and broken teeth. That would be me. He looked up at the cameras. You sick bastards think you can turn me into entertainment. I built this market. His words echoed through the hall, and the overseer's voice came through the loudspeakers, calm and surgical. Correction, you built the foundation. We built the audience. Ethan grabbed a steel rod from the ground, his hand trembling. You think you can sell me? Oh, Ethan, the voice replied. We already have. The buyers are waiting to see who survives. The winning bid will claim the remains. The timer continued to count down. 14 minutes. Mara stepped back, breath shallow. They want us to kill each other. Ethan turned toward her, eyes wild. They don't want us to, they're paying for it. The lights dimmed. Sirens wailed in the distance. Overhead, a camera drone whirred to life, its lens tracking their every move. The game had begun. They moved through the maze of crates, silent, tense, each step echoing in the dark. Ethan moved like a ghost, crouched low, scanning for movement. His knife gleamed faintly under the flashing lights. Mara followed at a distance, gripping the crowbar, every nerve screaming for her to run, but knowing there was nowhere left to go. Voices whispered from the speakers, not the overseer this time, but the audience. She's behind him. No, wait, he's flanking. Come on, someone bleed. Their words were everywhere, omnipresent, feeding the madness. Ethan stopped suddenly, whispering, You hear them too, don't you? The customers, they never stop talking. She didn't answer. He turned his head slowly toward her, smiling faintly. You know what they'll pay extra for. Myra raised the crowbar. He leaned closer, fear. He lunged. The metal rod met his blade with a sharp clang. Sparks flew. They struggled in the half-light, grunting, shoving, their shadows writhing on the walls. Ethan was stronger, but she was faster, fueled by terror. He slashed her arm. She screamed, swinging blindly and striking his ribs. He staggered back, coughing blood. The overseer's voice whispered over the speakers. Perfect, keep going. The bids are climbing. Mara broke free, sprinting deeper into the warehouse. The floor gave way to a stairwell that descended into darkness. She stumbled down, the air growing colder with every step. At the bottom, she found a vast underground chamber, a labyrinth of concrete tunnels lined with power cables and old machines. The hum was louder here, almost like a heartbeat. She realized she was standing beneath the servers themselves, the core of the red market. Rows of blinking towers stretched into the shadows, and in the center stood a glass pod filled with cables and dark fluid. Inside it floated a human form, a body, or what was left of one. Half machine, half flesh, eyes sewn shut. Tubes feeding into its veins. On the pod's display screen, the overseer node active. Myra approached slowly, trembling. The voice that haunted the speakers seemed to pulse from the figure. We are many, it said softly. A network of sellers, a hive of watchers. We do not die, we replicate. She raised her crowbar. You're done replicating. You destroy one node and 10 more awaken. But we do thank you, Mara. For what? She spat. For bringing emotion back to the market. Your fear is authentic, and authenticity sells. She screamed and smashed the pod with all her strength. Glass shattered. Black fluid spilled across the floor. The form convulsed, emitting an inhuman shriek before collapsing into stillness. For a brief moment, all the lights flickered out. Then somewhere above her, she heard Ethan laughing. Ethan limped into the chamber, blood streaming from his arm. He was holding one of the camera drones by the rotor, dragging it like a leash. You did it, he said, voice echoing. You killed their god. She backed away. Stay away from me. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. He dropped the drone in front of her. The lens turned, still recording. Don't you get it? He whispered. You're the new overseer now. They'll worship you. She shook her head violently. "No, I'm ending this." He laughed, a broken, bitter sound. "There is no end. The viewers are still watching. You can kill every machine, every buyer, every server, and they'll still watch, because you fed them the story." He reached into his coat, pulling out a small flash drive. "This is the backup. Everything, the names, the money, the addresses. You want justice? Here it is." He tossed it toward her. It landed at her feet. She hesitated, then picked it up. Ethan smiled faintly. "Now run. I'll give them a better show." He turned toward the nearest camera and raised his knife, shouting to the invisible audience, "Are you watching, you parasites? This is what you paid for." Then he drove the blade into his own throat. Blood sprayed across the lens, blurring the feed. The chat exploded into chaos. Mara screamed, backing away as his body collapsed, twitching. The alarm started again. "Data breach DATSCTD. Lockdown initiated." She looked down at the flash drive, Ethan's final gift. If she could get out, she could expose everything. The tunnel shook as systems overloaded. Sparks rained from the ceiling. Flames erupted from server stacks, the smell of burning metal filling the air. Mara ran. She climbed the stairwell, coughing through the smoke, clutching the flash drive to her chest. Behind her, the overseer's voice flickered weakly through the speakers, distorted and fatting. "We are eternal." She burst through the upper floor door, stumbling into the warehouse's main hall, now a hellscape of fire and chaos. Crates burned like coffins, drones crashed into walls, and the red eye symbol glowed faintly on every screen before winking out. She pushed through the side exit, into the cold night. Rain poured down, sizzling against the flames behind her. The building collapsed in on itself, sending sparks into the storm. She fell to her knees on the muddy ground, shaking, sobbing, clutching the flash drive tightly. Sirens wailed in the distance, police, fire, rescue. Someone had seen the explosion. As she sat there, drenched and trembling, a single phone buzzed inside her pocket. A number she didn't recognize. With shaking fingers, she answered. A familiar voice whispered through static. "You can't burn what doesn't exist." She froze. "Who is this?" "We told you, Mara. There are many of us." She looked up across the burning horizon. Drones hovered like black insects, recording her. Streaming. The feed went live again. The screen caption read, "The Red Market Reborn." Mara didn't remember how she got to the hospital. She woke under bright lights, the steady beep of a heart monitor beside her. Her arm was bandaged, her throat raw, and everything smelled of antiseptic and smoke. For a few seconds, she thought it had been a nightmare. The warehouse, Ethan, the burning servers. Then she saw the flash drive lying on her bedside table, sealed in a plastic evidence bag. Reality hit her like a knife. A detective sat nearby, a tired man in a gray suit. "You're lucky to be alive," he said quietly. "We found you 2 miles from a collapsed structure. Fire department said it was some kind of illegal data center." "Illegal," she repeated, her voice cracked. "You have no idea." He glanced at the bag. "We'll run the drive through cybercrimes. Maybe it'll tell us who was behind all this." "No," Mara said quickly. "Don't, it's not safe." The detective frowned. "You expect me to believe." But before he could finish, the monitor beside her flickered. The heart rate display changed, lines of code replacing her vitals. "Hello, Lot 50. The screen went black. The detective leaned in. "What the hell?" Every monitor in the ward turned on at once, showing the same red eye symbol. The hospital lights dimmed. Then a voice, distorted and familiar, echoed through the PA system. "We told you, Mara. The market never dies, it expands." The detective drew his gun instinctively. Mara grabbed his arm. "Get me out of here now." They left through the back corridors, alarms wailing. Outside, the night smelled of rain and smoke again. Mara shivered in the thin hospital gown as the detective rushed her into an unmarked car. He turned to her once they were on the road. "Start from the beginning. What's on that drive?" She hesitated, staring out the window, the streets blurred by in streaks of neon and rain. "It's everything," she said finally. "Every sale, every victim, every buyer." He glanced at her. "If that's true, you just brought down half the black web." "Not half," she whispered, "all of it." They drove in silence for a long time. Finally, she asked, "Where are we going?" He hesitated. "Secure location, cyber unit headquarters, no signals in or out." She felt a flicker of relief until she noticed something. The same crimson eye sticker, small and half torn, was plastered to the dashboard. Her blood went cold. "Where did you get this car?" she whispered. He didn't answer. His knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. "Detective," she said, "answer me." He smiled faintly. "They said you'd ask that." He hit the locks. The car veered sharply off the road, tires screeching as it turned down an abandoned industrial path. Mara grabbed for the door handle, locked. "Who are you?" she shouted. The detective's eyes flicked to the rear-view mirror, calm, mechanical. "We monitor survivors," he said. "We make sure they serve a purpose." "What purpose?" "To keep the story alive." He pulled a small device from his pocket, a recording transmitter. "Smile for the viewers, lot 50." She slammed her elbow into the glass, shattering it. The rain and wind burst in. The car swerved. He cursed, grabbing her arm, but she twisted, kicking him hard in the ribs. The car skidded sideways, slammed into a guardrail and flipped. For a moment, everything went white. When Mara came to, she was lying in the mud, gasping. The car was upside down, smoke pouring from the engine. The detective hung in his seat, unmoving. But when she crawled closer, she saw it. A faint red light blinking beneath his collar. A microchip. Not a badge, a tracker. They were inside the system too. Everyone was. She took the flash drive from the wreck, limping away into the darkness. 2 days later, Mara sat in a motel room with the curtains drawn. The flash drive lay plugged into a burner laptop, its data crawling across the screen, endless files, financial records, encrypted logs, names, coordinates, videos, and one folder titled Live FEDS. When she opened it, she saw dozens of active streams, people in cages, victims pleading for help, some feeds labeled pending sale. Her stomach turned. She had thought she'd ended it, but the market had simply moved servers, rebuilt itself somewhere else. She needed help. She connected to a secure journalist network she'd used years ago. A voice message pinged back almost instantly. "We've seen your name on the dark web again, Mara. If this is real, you're in danger. Send what you can, we'll publish." She transferred the files, hands trembling. Then she froze. Her webcam light was on. She turned it off. It blinked back on again. Then a new window opened automatically, the live feed of her motel room. Thousands of viewers were watching. Lot 50 RETORNS. Live broadcast exclusive. Her own face stared back at her from the screen, terrified. "Not again," she whispered. By morning, the story had exploded across every platform. Headlines filled the news. Journalist leaks massive dark web operation. Videos from the flash drive spread like wildfire. Every outlet ran with it. The red market was real. The government was investigating. Arrests were made. For the first time in months, the world seemed awake. Mara sat in a safe house, wrapped in a blanket, watching the coverage. They called her a hero. Survivors came forward. Donations poured in. But every time she looked at the footage, she noticed something strange. The symbol, the crimson eye, flashed in the background of several clips. not visible to most viewers, but there, like a watermark. And when she searched her name online, every image was marked with a new caption: owned by the market. She unplugged the TV, trembling. Her phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. "We told you, Mara, the audience always wins." The safe house lights dimmed. Her laptop turned on by itself, camera glowing. The screen filled with static. Then her reflection appeared, grainy and glitching. Her own voice echoed back, distorted, mechanical. "Welcome back, seller." She stared in horror as her reflection smiled. Outside, across thousands of screens, a new auction went live. The Red Market presents Lot 50, now open for bidding. 3 days vanished. Myra didn't remember sleeping, eating, or moving. Only the cold hum of the screens that wouldn't turn off no matter how many times she unplugged them. Every device, every outlet, every phone in the safe house turned itself back on. Her own face looped on repeat, pale, wide-eyed, whispering things she hadn't said. "Welcome back, seller. Smile for the buyers. The market needs you." She smashed one monitor, then another, glass cutting her palm. The voice still spoke from the shards. Outside, thunder rolled across the city. The lights in the neighboring apartments flickered, one by one, until the whole street was pulsing in time with the static. Then from the alley below, she saw the silhouettes, people standing perfectly still, each holding a phone raised toward her window. Their screens glowed red. Mara stumbled back from the glass. She recognized one of the faces below, the detective. His neck was twisted, his eyes black, but his mouth stretched into a grin as the voice from the static whispered through him. "You gave us the audience, Mara. Now we'll give them you." The floor beneath her feet buzzed. She looked down. The pattern of the cracked tiles formed the market symbol. She ran for the door. But when she opened it, the hallway outside wasn't the motel anymore. It was the warehouse. Cold metal humming wires, the air stinking of rust and rot. The market had rebuilt itself inside the feed. The hum followed her as she walked. Rows of computer towers stretched endlessly on both sides, stacked high like graves. Each screen showed a different face, some screaming, some praying, some just staring in silence. And through all of them, one thread remained constant, a faint reflection of her. She passed one screen where her younger self sat in the newsroom, smiling nervously during a live broadcast. Another showed her standing in the ashes of the burned-out data center. They weren't memories, they were feeds. Every second of her life had been streamed, cataloged, bought, and sold. "Mara," a voice whispered behind her. She turned. Ethan stood in the corridor. Half of his face was burned, one eye completely white, but he was smiling. "You destroyed the shell," he said softly, "but the core survived. The market isn't just servers, it's people, viewers, demand. You made them hungry." She backed away. "You're dead." "Am I?" He tilted his head. "Or are you just watching a replay?" He raised a hand, and the walls around them flickered. Every screen changed to show her standing there, bleeding, terrified. "Lot 50 live." "Don't you see?" Ethan whispered. "You can't expose the market. You are the market." The lights went out. When she woke, she was strapped to a chair. Metal restraints pinned her wrists and ankles. The room was dark except for one screen in front of her, showing a live chat window. Thousands of comments streamed down the side. "Is this real? Who's she?" She looked scared. "OMG. Start the bidding." Her heart pounded. "Stop, please." A robotic voice filled the air. "Welcome, viewers, to the rebirth of the Red Market. Tonight's feature, the seller herself." She struggled against the restraints, screaming, but the audience only cheered. Someone typed, "Make her talk about the files." Another, "How much for the drive?" The voice chuckled. "Let's begin with a story." Once there was a journalist who wanted to reveal the truth, but she forgot the truth doesn't set you free, it sets the price. The lights flared. A dozen cameras lowered from the ceiling, circling her like vultures. Her reflection filled every lens, and she saw something in her own eyes she didn't recognize anymore. Not fear, not pain, recognition. Time melted. The feed ran endlessly. Mara spoke when the voice commanded, screamed when the bidders demanded it. At first she resisted. She cursed them, begged them to turn away. But the audience numbers only grew, millions watching from every country, every device, their curiosity masquerading as horror. The market didn't need a warehouse anymore. It was built into the network itself. Every click, every view, every share added another brick to its foundation. And the algorithm adored her. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw the chat scroll in the dark behind her eyelids. Lot 50 trending worldwide. New seller unlocked. Exclusive drops coming soon. Her voice began to break apart, digitized, auto-tuned, replayed in loops. The sound of her crying became background music for the next upload. Sometimes she glimpsed Ethan again, moving through the feeds like a ghost, whispering instructions to the cameras. Other times she saw new faces, men, women, children being uploaded, tagged, sold. And every now and then, she saw herself in the corner of their screens, watching, smiling. She couldn't tell if she was still captive, or if she had become part of the code. No one knows when the feed ended. Some said the servers were seized in an international sting operation. Others claimed the market went private, invitation only, hidden deeper than ever before. But on the dark web, the legend of the seller grew. Some users say you can still find her broadcast if you know the right sequence of links, 30 in total, hidden across dead forums and encrypted boards. If you follow them all, the final stream opens. A room dark and flickering. A woman sitting in front of a camera, her eyes hollow, her face lit by the glow of 1,000 monitors. She speaks in a soft, calm voice. Welcome back to the market. The audience is eternal. The stream never ends. Behind her, the screens show the viewer's own reflections. Each person who watches sees themselves added to the feed, grainy, pixelated, then tagged with a number. Lot 51, Lot 52, Lot 53. And somewhere deep in the static, if you listen closely, you can still hear her whispering through the wires. Every viewer feeds the market. Every click makes me stronger. Then the stream freezes, leaving one last frame, her face staring straight into yours, smiling faintly, eyes glowing red. The seller lives. It started with a speech. Every channel, every feed, every billboard in the country cut to the same live broadcast at exactly 6 p.m. A man in a black suit appeared, smiling like a funeral director. Citizens, he said, after decades of crime, corruption, and chaos, the new order has decided on a remedy. For one night every year, all crime, including murder, will be legal. Weapons, vengeance, justice, whatever you wish. The purge begins tonight at midnight. People thought it was a hoax. Mara and her friends laughed at it while scrolling through memes. Her father said, "They'll never allow that." But the government wasn't joking. By 10 p.m., emergency broadcasts confirmed it. Hospitals, fire stations, and police departments were closing for 24 hours. "Prepare, lock your doors, and pray," the announcer said flatly. At 11:58, sirens wailed across the city. Everyone stopped, whatever they were doing. 2 minutes later, the world ended. The first gunshot echoed from the next street over. Then another, then a dozen more. Mara ducked beneath her living room window as the city erupted outside. Explosions, screams, laughter. The sound was like thunder rolling through blood. Her father dragged a couch against the door. Stay low, don't move. Her younger brother whimpered. From the window, she saw figures running in the street, people in masks, some carrying bats, others waving phones, recording everything. Someone had spray painted on a nearby wall, "Cleanse your sins, 24 hours only." A man was dragged from his car, screaming. Fire burst from a liquor store across the block. The smell of gasoline and burning plastic filled the air. The purge was real, and it was just beginning. By 1 a.m., half the neighborhood was gone. Windows shattered, alarms blared, dogs barked until they didn't anymore. Mara's father peeked through the blinds. The Petersons' house, it's on fire. The Petersons had lived next door for 15 years. They'd hosted barbecues, lent tools, babysat Mara's brother. Now flames licked their porch while a group of masked men laughed around it, taking turns smashing the windows with crowbars. One of them turned, noticing movement in Mara's window. He pointed straight at her. "Dad," she whispered, "they saw us." Her father loaded the shotgun they'd kept for emergencies. "Then this is an emergency." They heard footsteps approaching. Then knocking, gentle, polite. "Open up, we just want to talk." Her father aimed the gun at the door. "Go to the basement," he hissed. The knocking turned to pounding. Then came the voice again, different this time, feminine, familiar. "Mara, it's Mrs. Peterson. Please let me in. They're gone. They killed my husband, please." Her father froze. It could be a trick. The voice whimpered, "Please." Silence followed, heavy and endless. Then the doorknob twisted. A single shot shattered the night. They hid underground. The basement smelled of dust and oil and old memories. A single bulb flickered overhead. Mara held her brother close while her father watched the door. "Do you think she's alive?" her brother whispered. Mara didn't answer. The scream from upstairs still rang in her ears. Outside, the chaos swelled. Car alarms, laughter, sirens that meant nothing now. The city itself seemed to breathe violence. The bulb flickered again and died. Darkness swallowed them whole. Then came a sound from the furnace room. A faint tapping. Once, twice, then scratching. Her father raised the flashlight. The vent cover rattled. Something moved behind it, slow, deliberate. A hand burst through the metal slats. They screamed. Her father fired once. The sound deafened the room. When the smoke cleared, a masked face peered through the hole. The intruder twitched once, twice, and went still. Mara stared at the body jammed halfway into their basement. "Dad," she whispered, "there are more upstairs." Footsteps creaked above them. The attackers broke through the kitchen door around 2:30 a.m. Boards snapped, glass shattered. The entire house shook with impact. Mara's father shouted for them to hide while he ran up the stairs, shotgun in hand. The last thing she saw of him was the flash of the muzzle as he fired toward the hallway. Then came silence, followed by a scream that wasn't his. Her brother trembled beside her. "He'll come back, he will." But the footsteps descending the basement stairs were heavy and unfamiliar. She grabbed her brother's hand and crawled behind the water heater. Dust choked the air. Through a crack, she saw 3 figures enter, laughing quietly, swinging flashlights. "The old man's down," one said. "Check the rest." Another voice higher, almost playful. "Find the girl. They pay double for young ones tonight." Her brother whimpered. She covered his mouth, heart hammering so hard she thought it would give them away. The flashlight beam swept inches from their faces. Then suddenly, a loud crash upstairs, glass exploding, tires screeching. Someone shouted, "Cops, move." The men ran back up the stairs. Mara exhaled, shaking. "We're leaving," she whispered. Outside, the city burned red under the emergency lights. The purge was far from over. They ran until their lungs burned. Smoke hung over the city like a storm cloud, turning the moon into a red eye watching everything. Cars lay overturned. Fires roared from open storefronts. Bodies lined the sidewalks, some masked, some not. Every few blocks, they'd hear laughter echoing from somewhere unseen. Mara held her brother's hand tightly. Stay close, don't stop. They passed a playground. Swings moved in the wind, chains creaking. Someone had spray painted over the slide. 12 HOURS left, cleanse your souls. A gunshot cracked nearby. Mara pulled her brother behind a car. Through the shattered window, she saw two men dragging someone into the street, cheering like hunters with a trophy. She pressed her brother's face against her shoulder. Don't look. They kept moving, stepping over broken glass, past a burning billboard that flashed the government's logo, now smeared with blood. As they neared the downtown overpass, they heard an engine. A van painted black, crawling down the road with a loudspeaker on top. The night is yours, a voice shouted. Purge clean, purge pure. Mara ducked behind a dumpster. The van slowed, its headlights sweeping across the alley. Inside, she saw figures wearing executioners' hoods, holding cameras. They weren't just killing, they were streaming it. The van stopped. One of them looked right at her. Mara froze. Her brother squeezed her hand until it hurt. The masked man tilted his head, then laughed. Two live ones, he said through a distorted mic. Get the camera. They ran. The alley was narrow, filled with trash bins and puddles reflecting firelight. The van's engine roared behind them, tires splashing through the filth. A door slid open. Gunfire exploded. Bullets punched holes into the brick beside her. They turned a corner and ducked into an abandoned laundromat. Machines lay rusted, doors hanging open like mouths. She shoved her brother into a dryer and whispered, "Don't make a sound." Footsteps crunched outside. A flashlight beam cut through the broken windows. Come out, the voice sang. Mara gripped a shard of glass, crouching behind the counter. Her heartbeat drowned out everything. The door creaked open. Two men stepped in, laughing softly. One held a machete, the other filmed on a phone. We'll get good views for this one said. #LivePurge. Mara's rage burned through her fear. As the first man stepped past the counter, she lunged, driving the glass into his neck. Blood sprayed across the washing machines. The other man screamed, raising his phone like a weapon, but she smashed it against the counter and slammed his head into the tile. For a moment, only silence. Then the phone's cracked screen flickered, still recording. Live purge, 124 viewers. Mara dropped it. We have to go. They slipped out the back as sirens wailed again, though no one was coming to help. By dawn, the fires dimmed to embers. The air was thick with ash. Mara's legs ached, her brother limping beside her. They found shelter in a church at the edge of the district. The doors were barricaded with pews, candles flickering in the darkness. Inside were survivors, a dozen people huddled in silence. An old priest stood at the altar, holding a rusted cross. "You're safe here," he whispered, "for now." Mara collapsed against the wall, trembling. Her brother finally slept, curled up beside her. For the first time in hours, she allowed herself to breathe. But peace didn't last. From outside came chanting. Low, rhythmic, growing louder. The priest's face turned pale. "They've found us." Mara peered through a crack in the door. A crowd gathered outside the church, torches in hand, wearing white robes painted with red handprints. They sang in unison. "Cleanse the earth, burn the sinners." The priest clutched his cross. They call themselves the cleansed. They believe killing is holy. Someone outside shouted, "Bring them out. The Lord demands sacrifice." A bottle of fire shattered against the stained glass, igniting the curtains. The priest turned to Mara. "Take the back passage, go now." She grabbed her brother. running for the hidden door behind the altar as flames crawled up the walls. The tunnel behind the altar led into the crypts. Cold air and rot filled the narrow path as they crawled through the darkness. Mara could still hear the screams from the sanctuary, the gunshots, the laughter, the smell of burning wood. Her brother whispered, "Why are they doing this?" "Because they can," she said softly. "Because someone told them it was okay." They emerged in a cemetery behind the church. Smoke rose through the trees, glowing orange in the distance. Then came footsteps, not theirs. From between the gravestones, figures appeared. White robes, blood-soaked crosses. The cleansed. One of them smiled, holding a spiked club. "The dead walk tonight, brothers. Shall we join them?" Mara pushed her brother behind a headstone. "Run when I say." The cultists spread out, humming that same dreadful chant. She picked up a piece of broken gravestone. When one lunged, she swung hard, smashing his jaw. Another grabbed her from behind. She bit his hand and broke free. Her brother screamed, throwing dirt into one attacker's eyes. They ran, weaving through graves. Then headlights blinded them. A car screeched to a halt. A voice shouted, "Get in." The driver was a woman, maybe 30, her hair tied back and her face streaked with soot. "Move it," she shouted as she fired a pistol out the window. Mara shoved her brother into the backseat and slammed the door. The woman hit the gas, sending the car flying down the hill. Through the rearview mirror, Mara saw the cleansed chasing them, waving torches. When they were finally miles away, the woman slowed. "You two are lucky," she said. "Those psychos burned half the district last year." Mara stared at her. "You've done this before." The woman nodded grimly. "Second purge. They said it'd be once a year, but people didn't stop when it ended. They just kept going." Mara frowned. "You mean this isn't the first night?" The woman smiled darkly. "Sweetheart, the first purge never really stopped." She turned down an empty highway lined with wrecked cars and bodies. Signs flickered overhead. "The purge, 6 hours remaining." Mara looked at her brother, who stared silently out the window. In the distance, the city still burned. The woman said softly, "If you want to live, you'll have to stop pretending you're one of the good ones." The highway was a graveyard. Twisted metal, abandoned cars, and smoke rising from overturned vehicles stretched for miles. Mara gripped the seatbelt. Her brother pressed against her. The woman driving didn't slow. "They're everywhere," she said. "Roadblocks, looters, people hunting anyone who moves." Mara swallowed hard. Why do they do this?" The driver shook her head. "Because they can. Because someone told them it was okay. And because the government wants them scared enough to obey the rest of the year." Her brother's eyes widened. "The government made this." "Every year," the driver said grimly. "They test obedience, test fear. It's not just a purge, it's control." A siren wailed in the distance. Mara looked back. Shadows moved across the overpass, people running with bats, knives, even rifles. The purge was alive and it had no mercy. By morning, they reached an abandoned military checkpoint. Behind it, a bunker loomed. Steel doors rusted shut. The driver got out, checking the perimeter. "This is it, safe for now." Mara followed, dragging her brother, scanning the horizon. She noticed scorch marks and graffiti. No survivors, purge clean. The bunker door groaned as the driver forced it open. Inside, they found supplies: water, canned food, and old surveillance monitors. On one screen, a map of the city displayed flashing red dots, movement detected everywhere. Some labeled, "Active Purgers." Mara froze. "They're tracking people." The driver nodded. "Not just tracking, predicting. The purge isn't random. It's designed to push people into fear, into panic. The chaos is the point." Her brother whimpered. "Why do they make us hide?" "Because fear is part of the experiment," the driver said. "And experiments need witnesses." While her brother slept, Mara explored the bunker. Files lined the walls, dusty but intact. In one corner, she found a stack of envelopes marked confidential, Purge LOGS. She opened one, revealing detailed reports, locations, victims, even notes on psychological responses. A voice crackled over the bunker's intercom. Attention, Purge participants. Remember, compliance improves survival rates. Observe, adapt, survive. Mara's stomach twisted. These weren't just criminals out in the streets. The government was orchestrating everything. Suddenly, a monitor flickered. A live feed showed their own bunker from an external camera. Someone outside was watching. "They know we're here," Mara whispered. The driver didn't flinch. "They always know. Cameras, drones, informants, every move is recorded, every fear cataloged." Her brother tugged at her sleeve. "Do we leave?" Mara looked at the screens, at the map dotted in red. "We can't stay." Mara drew a rough map from the bunker's surveillance system. "There's a subway tunnel," she whispered. "It runs underground for miles. We can move without being seen." The driver nodded. Risky, but better than running through the streets. They packed water, snacks, and whatever makeshift weapons they could find, crowbars, pipes, even kitchen knives. As they approached the tunnel entrance, they heard the distant sounds of the city, screams, sirens, and chanting. "How many hours left?" her brother asked. Mara checked her watch. 6, maybe less. Every shadow could be death. Every noise could be someone hunting them. But they had no choice. The subway was their only shot at surviving the night. The tunnel was damp and dark, the smell of rust and decay filling their noses. They moved silently, careful not to step on debris. Above, the city roared fire, sirens, and chaos, but underground it was quieter still. Too quiet. A sudden clatter echoed from the shadows. Mara froze. Her brother whimpered. A figure appeared, a man in a torn coat, holding a flashlight. His eyes were wild, frantic. "Please, I just want to survive," he said, voice shaking. Mara glanced at the driver. "Do we trust him?" "No," the driver said flatly. "But we can't leave him behind. Not yet." They moved together through the tunnels, the unknown stretching endlessly ahead. Above them, the city burned. Below, survival was a fragile thread. One wrong step, and they'd become part of the statistics. The purge wasn't just outside. It was in their minds. Every heartbeat, every whisper, every shadow could be death. And there were still hours to go. The tunnel stretched for miles, damp and echoing with their footsteps. Dripping water pooled along the cracked concrete. Rats scuttled in the shadows, but the sounds above were worse. Screams, gunshots, sirens. The city convulsing in chaos. Mara held her brother close. "Stay behind me." They moved cautiously, following the driver's flashlight. Every turn brought the echo of movement. A distant shout, the clatter of metal, a scream cut short. "People don't think when they're scared," the driver muttered. "They just act. Kill first, ask later. That's why the purge works." Mara clenched a pipe she picked up at the bunker. Her knuckles ached, but it was better than nothing. A sudden sound ahead made them freeze. Footsteps. 2 figures emerged, a young couple, both armed with kitchen knives. Their eyes were wild, desperate. "Stay back," the woman hissed. "We won't hesitate." Mara raised her pipe. "We're just passing through. We don't want trouble." The man laughed bitterly. "Trouble found you the second you came into the tunnel." The tension stretched thin, a fragile wire ready to snap. Then a loud crash echoed from behind. The tunnel wall shook, dust raining down. The couple turned their attention upward. Mara realized they weren't alone. A second group of attackers, teenagers with baseball bats, dropped from a broken maintenance ladder. "Run," the driver shouted. They bolted through the tunnel, slipping over puddles, screaming as the chaos followed them. They emerged into the city near a collapsed bridge. Smoke and fire filled the streets, twisted metal and rubble everywhere. Cars lay abandoned. engine still running, doors open like mouths frozen in a scream. A group of men in masks chased a lone family down the street, laughing as they swung bats. Their victim screamed, trying to climb over the rubble. Mara grabbed her brother. "Move, don't stop." They ran down a side alley, only to find it blocked with a burned-out bus. Through the shattered windows, she saw bodies piled inside. "It's everywhere," her brother whispered, voice trembling. "Keep moving," Mara said, though her voice was tight with fear. Above them, a drone buzzed, the first of many. Red lights flickered on its underside. It scanned the street, recording, tracking. "The government's watching," the driver said. "They're tracking movements, predicting who will survive. Every decision counts." Mara swallowed, realizing there was no escape. Not from the streets, not from the watchers, not from the terror itself. They found temporary cover in an abandoned factory. Broken machinery jutted from the floor, conveyor belts twisted and rusted. Shadows danced across the walls from the flames outside. The driver led them to a room with supplies, cans of food, bottled water, and blankets. "This is our sanctuary for now," she said, her voice low. Mara's brother fell to the floor, exhausted. "Will it ever end?" "No," Mara whispered. "Not until sunrise, if we survive that long." A sudden noise froze them, metal scraping against metal. The windows shattered. A group of masked men, laughing, entered, swinging chains and bats. "Looks like fresh meat," one of them said. Mara grabbed a pipe and swung. Sparks flew as it connected with a metal chain. Her brother ducked behind a crate, covering his ears. The driver pulled out a pistol, firing quickly. The attackers retreated momentarily, giving them a chance to slip out another door, deeper into the factory's maze of rusted corridors. Every corner held a new danger, every shadow a potential attacker. The purge wasn't just outside. It was inside them, infecting every step, every heartbeat, every breath. They climbed a stairwell to the factory roof. Smoke from burning streets below curled into the sky. Sirens echoed like distant thunder. Suddenly, a helicopter spotlight cut across the rooftop. People below screamed as masked snipers fired toward them. "We have to jump," the driver shouted. Mara's brother froze. "Jump where?" "Down to the next building." Without time to argue, they leapt, rolling as they hit the rooftop below. Mara's legs scraped against metal. Her brother fell but scrambled up immediately. From the higher rooftop, figures leaned over the edge, watching them with rifles. Mara's hands shook as she realized they were trapped in a web of killers and spectators alike. The city had become a theater of death, and they were unwilling actors. "Keep moving," the driver urged. "They won't stop until sunrise or until we're dead." They found a temporary alleyway, leaning against a wall to catch their breath. Mara's brother looked at her. How many hours left? She checked her watch. 3, maybe less. The driver shook her head. No one knows what time it is for anyone. Some areas the purge never stops. People turn on each other. Some killers never rest. Above them, the city was alive with chaos. A building exploded, sending fire cascading onto the street. People screamed, some laughed. Others were frozen in place, staring at the inferno. Mara realized the truth. This wasn't just survival. It was a test, a psychological experiment. And somewhere in the government's eyes, they were being watched. Every choice, every breath, every scream was being cataloged. "If we don't find a safe place soon," the driver said, "we won't last until sunrise." Mara tightened her grip on the pipe, ready to fight again. The purge was far from over, and the night was only halfway done. They reached an overpass overlooking the city. Below, the streets were alive with chaos. Fires raged uncontrollably. Screams, gunfire, sirens, and laughter mixed into a cacophony. Crowds of masked people roamed like predators. Mara clutched her brother's hand. "We can't go down there," she said. The driver squinted through the smoke. There's another way, a maintenance elevator that leads underground. It's risky, but it's the only option. Suddenly, a car barreled across the overpass, tires screeching. It swerved, spraying debris. Mara ducked instinctively. A masked figure leaned out, waving a machete, shouting to whoever was in the car. The purge never stops for anyone. The car crashed into the railing, tumbling over the side into the streets below. Flames erupted from its fuel tank, and Mara shivered at the sight. "We have to move," the driver said. "They're tracking everything, every movement, every choice. Every street could be your grave." The maintenance elevator was rusty and groaning, but it worked. They descended into a network of tunnels beneath the city, a labyrinth of sewage channels, abandoned subway lines, and forgotten service corridors. "Stay close," the driver whispered. "These tunnels are safer, but not safe." They walked for what felt like hours, the hum of distant chaos above reminding them they were still hunted. Every sound, a drip of water, the echo of a distant footstep, made them flinch. A sudden scraping noise echoed from the shadows. Mara froze. "Who's there?" she called. A man stepped out unmasked, blood smeared on his shirt, eyes wild. You're alive." The driver didn't respond. Mara stepped forward. "Are you with them?" He shook his head violently. "No, I've been hiding, trying to survive." Mara hesitated, then nodded. "Then move with us, quietly." The tunnel stretched endlessly, twisting in every direction. Mara realized the city above was gone. The purge had erased everything. The tunnels opened into an underground complex, once a storage facility. Now it was transformed into a twisted arena. Screens lined the walls, showing live feeds from every district in the city. Red dots marked each survivor, some blinking rapidly, death imminent. A voice boomed from the speakers. "Welcome participants to the true purge. Observe the chaos. Learn who survives, who deserves to." Myra's stomach turned. This wasn't just survival anymore. It was entertainment. The city above had become a game. People in hoods patrolled the arena, watching, recording, taking notes. Some dragged unconscious survivors to holding cells. "It's worse than we imagined," the driver said quietly. "This is the control center. The mastermind is here." Mara looked at the monitors. Every street, every alleyway, every rooftop was visible. Every death, every scream, every choice was being cataloged. "They're using fear like a weapon," she whispered. The driver nodded grimly. "And they've already predicted most of the survivors' moves. We have to stay unpredictable or die." Suddenly, a screen flickered. A man appeared, standing behind a desk, his face calm, cold, smiling like a predator surveying his domain. "Ah," he said, voice smooth and controlled. "So you've made it this far. Impressive." Mara felt a chill run down her spine. Who are you?" she demanded. "The architect," he said. "The purge is not chaos, it is order. We have tested humanity, observed behavior, curated it. Fear, violence, survival instinct, all tools to shape the world above. And now," he gestured to the screens, "it's time for the final experiment. Your city will never be the same, and neither will you." The monitors shifted, showing their every step in the tunnels. He had been tracking them all along. "You can run, of course," he said, smiling wider. "But survival is never random. It is calculated, and your moves are already predicted." Mara gritted her teeth. "We won't let you win." He tilted his head, amused. "Win? My dear, this isn't about winning. This is about evolution. Humanity must endure the purge, or it deserves to be purged itself." Above ground, the city reached its breaking point. Buildings burned uncontrollably. Bridges collapsed. Traffic lines twisted into wreckage. Thousands of masked purge participants ran through the streets like animals. Mara and her group emerged from a side exit, crouched low. Their goal: survive, reach the control center, and end the nightmare. The driver whispered, "If we destroy the control system, we might shut this down at least until sunrise." They moved through abandoned streets, dodging snipers and roving gangs. Fires reflected off shattered windows. Every step was a gamble. A wrong move could be their last. The city had become an inferno of human desperation. The screams and laughter blended into one endless sound. Mara's brother clutched her hand, eyes wide with fear. Will it ever stop? She didn't answer. She only moved forward, her grip tightening, knowing that to survive the longest night, they would have to confront not just the city, but the mastermind controlling it all. Mara's lungs burned as they ran through the streets. Smoke and fire painted the city in orange and black. Every alleyway held danger. Masked gangs wielding bats and rifles. Families turned against each other. Looters carrying torches. Vehicles overturned as barricades. The driver pulled Mara and her brother into a side passage, leading to a government building. The control center is here, but it's heavily guarded. We'll have to move fast. Mara nodded, gripping the crowbar she had picked up in the factory. Her brother's hands were shaking in hers. Above them, sirens and explosions reverberated through the concrete jungle. They moved like shadows, creeping along the walls, avoiding pools of burning oil and broken glass. Every step felt like a gamble. From a nearby window, a masked figure raised a rifle. A single shot shattered the streetlight, sending sparks into the air. "Keep moving," the driver hissed. The building loomed ahead, black and foreboding. Steel doors reinforced with bulletproof panels blocked their path. The mastermind's voice echoed from speakers above. "Ah, I see you've made it this far. Impressive. But your journey ends here." Myra tightened her jaw. "Not if we can help it." The doors groaned as the driver forced them open. Inside was a maze of corridors, flooded with surveillance cameras. Screens flickered with every street in the city, displaying red dots marking live targets. Every survivor, every fighter, every victim. "This is it," the driver whispered. "The heart of the purge." They moved carefully, shadows sliding along walls. Every step triggered an alert, cameras swiveling to follow them. Suddenly, a trapdoor opened. A group of armed guards dropped down from the ceiling. Mara swung the crowbar, sending one sprawling. The driver fired, hitting another. Her brother screamed as a third guard lunged at him. Mara pushed the boy to safety and knocked the attacker unconscious. The corridors twisted into a labyrinth, the lights flickering like warning signs. Each monitor above them showed the chaos outside, the city burning, screams echoing. The mastermind's voice rang again, smooth and controlled. "You can't hide. Every step you take has been predicted." Mara realized he wasn't exaggerating. Every movement, every choice, every fear had been tracked from the moment the purge began. They reached a massive chamber at the heart of the building. The mastermind sat behind a desk, calm and collected, screens surrounding him like a king in his throne room. "Ah, our guests have arrived," he said. "I've been expecting you." Mara stepped forward, crowbar raised. "You've killed enough, end this now." He smiled. "Killed? No, I've merely guided evolution. The purge is a reflection of humanity. Fear, violence, desperation, all tools to reveal who survives." The monitors flickered, showing live feeds of their path through the city. Every close call, every scream, every decision recorded, cataloged, studied. "And now the final experiment begins," he said, pressing a button. Red lights flooded the city. Doors slammed, barricades dropped. Automated drones began tracking every movement above. 3 hours left," he said calmly. "Will you survive?" Mara's fists clenched. "We'll make sure no one else suffers this way." Above ground, the city erupted. Automated barriers dropped, cutting off escape routes. Drones hovered over burning streets, firing warning shots. Fires spread faster than ever. The remaining purge participants roamed like predators, encouraged by sirens and flashing lights. Civilians barricaded themselves in buildings, screaming, praying, or running blindly into the streets. Mara, her brother, and the driver raced through corridors and maintenance tunnels, using the map from the bunker to navigate. "We have to disable the main control system," the driver said. "It's in the central hub directly above us." Explosions rocked the streets. A nearby bridge collapsed, sending cars into the river below. Mara's brother cried out, clutching her hand. "Keep moving," she yelled. "We're almost there." Every step was a test of courage. Every corner a potential death trap. The mastermind's voice echoed over speakers, taunting them, predicting their moves, enjoying their fear. They reached the control hub, a massive room filled with servers, screens, and red emergency lights. The mastermind stood in the center, calm and confident. "Congratulations, you've made it, but the night is not over." Myra charged, swinging the crowbar. The driver fired. Her brother ducked behind a console. The fight was chaotic. Sparks flew, alarms blared, monitors shattered. Mara smashed servers with the crowbar one by one. The lights flickered. Red dots disappeared from the city feeds. The mastermind tried to escape, but the driver tackled him. Mara struck the final blow, hitting the main console. Suddenly, silence. Above ground, the city froze. Fires smoldered, but no new explosions erupted. Drones powered down. The purge participants stopped moving, stunned, uncertain. Mara collapsed, exhausted. Her brother hugged her tightly. The driver looked at her. "It's over for tonight." The sun rose slowly over a scarred, burning city. The streets were littered with wreckage, abandoned vehicles, and the stunned survivors. Mara whispered, "We survived." But in the shadows, the mastermind's final message blinked on a screen they hadn't destroyed. This was only the beginning. Humanity will be tested again. And somewhere deep in the city, the purge machine awaited its next cycle. The longest night had ended, but its horrors would linger forever. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. It started with a sound, a low growl echoing through the woods behind the Harwood farm. The air was thick with the smell of damp pine and rot. A lone dog limped from the shadows, its fur matted, its eyes burning red with feverish light. It had once been someone's pet, a golden retriever named Max, but now it was something else entirely. Eddie Harwood found it first just past sundown. He'd gone out to gather firewood, the sun bleeding into the tree line. He heard the whimpering before he saw the dog. It looked hurt, trembling, its mouth foaming slightly. "Easy there, boy," Eddie said softly, kneeling. He didn't notice the saliva dripping thick from the dog's jaws. He didn't see the madness twisting behind those glassy eyes. The growl came suddenly. The dog lunged. Teeth sank into Eddie's forearm before he could react. He screamed, tried to pull away, but Max held on with unnatural strength, ripping flesh before vanishing into the trees. By the time Eddie stumbled back to his cabin, pale and bleeding, his wife thought it was just a bad bite. She wrapped his arm, called the vet, and tried to calm him. But deep inside, something had already begun to change. That night, Eddie couldn't sleep. His body burned with fever, his thoughts melting into chaos. His mouth was dry, but he couldn't drink. Water terrified him. By dawn, he was gone from the bed. His wife found him outside on all fours, snarling into the fog. 2 days later, the sheriff's department found Eddie's body near the Harwood barn, or what was left of it. The scene was gruesome. His throat had been torn out. Tracks in the mud suggested it wasn't just the dog anymore. Sheriff Dalton scratched his chin. What the hell could have done this? Dr. Patel, the town's veterinarian, examined the tracks. "It's canine, Sheriff. Big, but strange gait, like it's limping." Dalton nodded. There's been reports of a rabid stray around the forest line. Maybe that's our culprit. They didn't know the truth yet. That Max wasn't a stray. That he'd already bitten two other animals, a raccoon and a stray cat, both now wandering infected through the woods. By nightfall, the sickness had spread beyond the trees. Farmer Jenkins found his chickens dead in their pen, all ripped apart. His old hound, Duke, was missing. Hours later, screams echoed from his house. When neighbors came running, they found Duke in the kitchen, covered in blood, his jaws clamped around his owner's throat. Rabies, that's what the doctor said. But this wasn't normal rabies. The infection spread faster, twisted behavior beyond anything medical. The animals weren't just sick, they were coordinated, violent, hungry. The town of Marrow Creek went into lockdown. Police cruisers blocked the forest roads, and emergency broadcasts warned residents to stay indoors. The hospital overflowed with bite victims, some alive, some not for long. Dr. Patel noticed something terrifying. The virus mutated at an unnatural rate. Under the microscope, it looked intelligent. The infected brain cells fused and pulsed as if the virus itself was thinking. Meanwhile, Sheriff Dalton organized search teams to find and kill the rabid animals. Most never came back. One group's radio transmitted only static and faint, panicked screams before cutting off. At the town's edge, a boy named Lucas sat on his porch, clutching his beagle, Penny. His mother begged him to come inside, but Penny started barking, staring into the woods. The trees rustled. A low, rumbling growl came closer. Lucas whispered, "It's okay, girl." But Penny's ears flattened. She whimpered and then bolted toward the sound. A flash of gold in the dark, the retriever, Max. He moved with an animal grace, saliva dripping like acid. Lucas heard the yelp, then silence. When he ran to find her, only a torn leash and blood remained. By the fifth day, the town's outskirts were crawling with infected dogs. Dozens of them, some strays, some pets, all with the same wild eyes and foaming mouths. They didn't hunt for food anymore. They hunted for infection. The Harwood barn became their den. Inside, carcasses hung from rafters gnawed clean. The air reeked of blood and decay. Max stood at the center, a trembling, twitching alpha, his movements sharp, deliberate. He wasn't just a sick dog anymore. He was a commander. The pack moved under moonlight, attacking livestock, breaking through fences, surrounding houses. Survivors boarded windows and prayed. Every howl that echoed through Marrow Creek that night felt like a countdown. At the gas station, a group of teens, Jake, Nora, and Ben, tried to flee in Jake's pickup. But the moment the engine started, dogs burst from the shadows, smashing against the windows, snarling and clawing. The headlights caught a glimpse of Max leaping onto the hood, his teeth slamming against the glass. It cracked, then shattered. Screams filled the night. When morning came, only the truck remained, doors open, blood smeared across the seats. The government quarantine came too late. The disease wasn't contained. Animals across neighboring towns began showing symptoms. Reports of attacks flooded the news, until finally, all communication went silent. Marrow Creek was cut off, a red zone, no one in or out. Dr. Patel recorded her last notes in a dimly lit hospital. "It's not rabies anymore," she whispered into her recorder. "It evolved. Host control is near total. They bite, but they don't always kill. It's like they want us alive, infected." Down the hall, something crashed through a window. The lights flickered. A growl echoed through the ventilation system. Patel backed away, holding a syringe of tranquilizer. "Who's there?" Then came the scratching on the metal door, claws. Slow, steady, deliberate. The last thing she saw before the lights died completely was two red eyes glowing from the darkness, and a golden retriever's grin. By the sixth night, Marrow Creek was no longer a town. It was a graveyard with power lines humming faintly over the dead. The once bustling main street lay quiet, abandoned cars still running, headlights glowing weakly into empty space. The only sound was the wind scraping loose signs and the faint echo of distant growls. Inside the old grocery store, 6 survivors huddled together behind overturned shelves. The fluorescent lights flickered on and off, casting their faces in brief flashes of terror. Among them was Sheriff Dalton, his once steady hands now trembling as he held his shotgun. "They hunt in packs," he whispered. "They wait until we move, then they come." Next to him, Nora, her eyes swollen from crying, clutched a bloodied kitchen knife. Her brother Ben had been dragged away 2 nights ago. She still heard him sometimes. At least she thought she did. Whimpering sounds like a man choking on water coming from the street outside. "Stop it," whispered one of the others, a nurse named Lee. "You're hearing things. No one's alive out there." But she was wrong. Out in the parking lot, something crawled across the asphalt, something that used to be human. Its eyes were clouded white, its movements jerky, broken like a puppet with cut strings. Its skin was gray, its mouth foaming, teeth snapping at the air. The infection had crossed species. The rabies had jumped to man. Dr. Patel had recorded the first human case before she died. Sheriff Dalton found her recorder later that night, still blinking red on her desk. The voice trembled. Subject Eddie Harwood, first bitten by infected canine, died 48 hours post-exposure. Body showed violent muscle spasms before death. Reanimation occurred 3 hours later. No heartbeat, no respiration, yet motor function returned. Subject exhibited predatory focus. It's spreading through saliva and, God help us, through air in advanced stages. The pathogen. The recording cut off with a wet, animal-like scream. Dalton stopped the tape. "Reanimation," he muttered. "She said reanimation." Lee looked at him. "You mean like zombies?" He didn't answer. He didn't need to. Outside the window, the street was moving. Not people. Not anymore. Their bodies lurched in strange, inhuman rhythms, their eyes fixed in one direction, the Harwood forest. Every one of them followed the sound of the Alpha's call. A howl ripped through the night. It was deep, echoing, and distorted like metal twisting in a furnace. The pack moved as one. The infected humans moved with them. And in the woods, Max lifted his head toward the full moon, his once golden fur now soaked in filth and blackened blood. His tongue hung from his mouth, swollen and cracked, yet his eyes burned brighter than ever. He wasn't a dog anymore. He was something born of rage itself. By morning, the surviving group moved to higher ground, to the old mansion at the edge of town known as Maple Hill. It had been empty for years, once belonging to a rich recluse who vanished long before the outbreak. Now it stood like a fortress among overgrown trees. They sealed the doors, boarded the windows, and rationed food. The silence was heavy, broken only by distant barking. Nora sat by the window, staring out at the road. "They're watching," she whispered. Dalton looked up. "What?" She pointed. Down the hill, just barely visible through the fog, was a lone dog sitting perfectly still in the middle of the road. It didn't move, didn't blink, just sat there, its head tilted slightly, as if it were listening. Hours passed, and it didn't move an inch. That night the fog thickened, swallowing the town below. The group lit candles, tried to rest. Then faintly, the front door handle began to turn. Slowly, click, click. Dalton raised his shotgun. Lee grabbed the others and pulled them toward the stairs. The door burst open, and a man stumbled in, bleeding from his face, eyes wide with terror. "Help me, please," he screamed. "They're coming." Dalton pulled him in and slammed the door shut. "Who's coming?" The man's breath came out in short, wet gasps. Dogs, hundreds of them. And then, faintly through the fog outside, came the sound. A chorus of howls, closing in from every direction. They hit the mansion like a storm. Dozens, maybe hundreds of dogs, smashing into doors, clawing at windows, snapping at the wood until it splintered. The sound was unbearable, like the whole world was screaming. Dalton fired through the broken panels, hitting two, maybe three, but it didn't matter. For everyone that fell, more appeared. The infected man they'd saved began convulsing on the floor, foam spilling from his mouth. His eyes rolled white, his body twitching violently. Lee screamed, "He's turning." Dalton turned his gun, but it was too late. The man lunged at Nora, teeth sinking into her shoulder. Blood sprayed across the walls. Lee grabbed a lamp and smashed it over his head. The flames caught instantly. Kerosene had leaked from broken lanterns on the floor. Within seconds, the foyer was on fire. Smoke filled the hall as the group fled upstairs. Through the rising flames, Max appeared in the doorway, his body outlined by the firelight, eyes glowing through the smoke. He stepped over the bodies of his own pack, unharmed by the heat. He looked up the staircase, directly at Dalton. Their eyes met, man and beast, both survivors of a dying world. Dalton fired. The bullet hit Max square in the chest. The dog staggered, but didn't fall. It kept walking, slow, deliberate, the wound already closing before their eyes. Lee screamed, dragging Nora into the attic as the house below burned alive. The roof groaned, ready to collapse. Dalton looked down the stairs one last time. Max stood there, silent, watching him burn. When the mansion finally fell, the fire raged for hours, lighting up the forest like dawn. From miles away, survivors saw the orange glow and thought maybe, just maybe, someone had fought back. But at sunrise, all that remained was a blackened shell. No human bodies, only paw prints in the ash. Nora woke hours later in the nearby field. Her shoulder was numb, the bite wound swollen. Lee was beside her, burned but alive. Dalton was gone. They limped toward the woods, smoke still rising behind them. Somewhere in the distance, a single bark echoed, then another, then dozens. Lee turned, eyes wide. "They're not dead." Nora didn't answer. She couldn't. The infection in her arm had already begun to spread. Her skin crawled, her pulse slowed, her thoughts blurred with animal instinct. The growls in her mind were louder now, clearer. And somewhere deep in the forest, Max lifted his head and sniffed the air. He could smell her, one of his own. The pack had grown again. The fire from Maple Hill burned for 2 nights. The smoke drifted over the woods, blotting out the stars. When dawn finally came, it revealed a wasteland. Houses collapsed, cars overturned, and the streets littered with bones. Nora and Lee stumbled through it in silence. Nora's wound had turned black around the edges, oozing thick pus. Every few minutes she'd twitch, her breathing shallow and erratic. Lee knew what it meant, but she couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. They reached the edge of town by afternoon. The road sign, "Welcome to Merrow Creek," was splattered with blood. Beyond it stretched miles of forest road leading toward the next town, Clearwater. Lee said, "If we can make it there, maybe they haven't been hit yet." Nora nodded weakly, clutching her shoulder. "We can't stop," she whispered. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, just the creaking of branches in the wind. As they walked, Nora's steps grew slower. She kept glancing behind them. Lee finally turned. "What is it?" "I can hear him," Nora said softly. "Hear who?" Nora didn't answer. Her eyes were distant, unfocused. Her breath came out in sharp gasps. Then from deep in the forest came a howl, long, low, and familiar. "La Froze, oh God." Nora's pupils dilated. Her lips curled back, teeth bared. She dropped to her knees, trembling violently. Foam bubbled at the corners of her mouth. "Nora," La screamed, trying to hold her. But the girl snapped forward with animal strength, biting down on La's arm. The scream echoed through the trees. La fell backward, bleeding, staring at her friend, no, the creature her friend had become. Nora's eyes were gone, replaced by a milky haze. She turned toward the woods, dropped to all fours, and ran. Moments later, more shadows appeared between the trees. They had found her. 3 miles outside Clearwater, A small group of survivors had built a barricade from cars, metal scraps, and barbed wire. They called it Haven Hill, a desperate name for a dying hope. Inside the camp, a man named Muckas led what remained of the police. 27 survivors, 2 rifles, and dwindling food. When La stumbled through the gates, bleeding and delirious, Muckas nearly shot her on sight. "Check her arm," he barked. They found the bite. She begged them not to kill her. "Please, it's not like before, I can fight it." But everyone at Haven Hill knew the rule. One bite meant death, no exceptions. Muckas stared at her jaw tight. "I'm sorry." He raised the gun. Then she collapsed, not from the bullet, but from exhaustion. Her body hit the dirt hard. They tied her down and locked her in the storage shed, just in case. But when Muckas checked on her hours later, he found her whispering to herself in the dark. "He's coming," she said. "Who?" "The dog, the golden one. He knows where I am." Muckas stepped back. The air felt colder suddenly. Outside, the other dogs began to howl, all of them at once in perfect unison. The men on the barricade froze. One of them whispered, "They're calling to something." And in the far distance between the trees, 2 red eyes blinked open. By sunset, the forest was alive with movement. Hundreds of dogs, infected, starving, furious, surrounded Haven Hill from all sides. The survivors fired flares into the air, hopping to scare them off, but it only made them madder. The first wave hit just after dark. Dogs poured over the barricade like a living tide, snapping through the barbed wire, throwing themselves at the walls until the metal gave way. Muckas shouted orders, but the noise drowned his voice. Bullets ripped through the night, muzzle flashes lighting the chaos like lightning strikes. Screams followed, one after another. La heard it all from inside the shed. Her wrists were bound, her fever boiling. She could hear the thoughts of the pack outside, snarling, growling, whispering in a strange rhythm that wasn't human. They weren't just attacking randomly. They were hunting for her. She strained against the ropes, skin tearing at the wrists. Her vision flickered between human and something else. The more the dog screamed, the more her body convulsed in response. Then came the scent. Smoke, fire, blood. Something in her brain snapped. With a guttural growl, La tore through her restraints. Her bones cracked, reshaping. Her mouth split wider, teeth sharpening like blades. When the door burst open and Muckas stumbled in, bleeding and terrified, she was already on her feet. "La," he whispered, what happened to you?" She looked at him with glowing red eyes. "He's here," she said. A second later, Max appeared in the doorway, his face half burned, one ear missing, his jaw glistening with black saliva. And La bowed her head. The next hours were pure madness. Haven Hill burned to the ground. The dogs moved like an army, organized, disciplined, unstoppable. Those who tried to flee were ripped apart before reaching the road. Muckas fought until his gun clicked empty. He crawled behind an overturned truck, clutching a knife, breathing hard. He could hear the pack surrounding him, paws padding against the dirt, the sound of dripping saliva, a low, rhythmic growl that made his bones vibrate. Then a voice whispered, not human, not animal, but somewhere in between. "Join us." Mucka's eyes widened. He turned his head slowly. La stood there, covered in blood, her movements fluid and unnatural. Behind her, Max watched silently, his chest rising and falling like a machine. "You can't fight it," La said softly. "It's already in the air." Muckas realized then that she was right. His vision blurred. His throat burned. He hadn't been bitten, but he'd been breathing the same air for hours. The infection had become airborne. La reached out a trembling hand. "No more pain," she whispered. "No more fear." Muckas tried to speak, but his tongue felt heavy. His muscles locked. He dropped the knife and collapsed to his knees. The last thing he saw before his vision went black was the retriever's teeth closing around his face. By dawn, nothing moved in Haven Hill except the wind. Smoke drifted from the ruins, carrying the faint stench of burned meat and wet fur. The dogs had left, moving east toward the next town. They were spreading mile by mile, guided by something deeper than instinct, a collective will, a hive of hunger. And at the center of it all, Max walked tall, the sun gleaming off his blood-soaked fur. In the distance, the highway stretched endlessly toward civilization. Cars began to appear on the road, families fleeing from the rumors of Marrow Creek, unaware of what waited ahead. A little girl in the back seat pointed out the window. "Mommy, look, a dog." The mother smiled tiredly. "A stray, honey, don't worry." But as they passed, the dog lifted its head, eyes glowing faintly red. Behind it, dozens more stepped out of the forest. And as the family's car disappeared down the road, the dogs began to follow. The infection was no longer a local outbreak. It was the beginning of the end. Weeks after Marrow Creek vanished, the rest of the country began to notice. Mujinsa broadcasts flickered through static-filled radios. "Isolate all infected animals. Do not approach stray dogs. Stay indoors. Quarantine zones expanding." At first, people laughed it off. A new rabies strain, they said. But the videos that followed silenced everyone. Footage leaked from a drone showed empty towns, whole neighborhoods abandoned overnight. In one clip, a playground swing moved gently in the breeze while dozens of dogs sat perfectly still around it like statues, watching, waiting. In the cities, shelters overflowed. Pets were turned in by the thousands. Some people refused to let go, swearing their animals were fine. But within days, the first attacks began. It wasn't blood and chaos like in Marrow Creek, not yet. It was subtle. Missing people. Stray dogs appearing in alleyways, in subway tunnels, in parking garages. Always stirring, always silent. Then came the whispering. Operators monitoring shortwave radios reported strange interference, bursts of static that sounded almost like growling, sometimes repeating in rhythm. Scientists said it was feedback. Others weren't so sure. Across the airwaves, a low voice seemed to say, "We are coming." Clearwater City stood 50 miles from Marrow Creek, a place of glass towers and endless noise. When the first refugees arrived, no one believed their stories. "A golden dog," the mayor had scoffed. "We have hospitals for hysteria." But the hospitals soon filled, and the patients behaved just like the ones from Marrow Creek. They thrashed, screamed at water, refused to eat, their eyes glassy and distant. Within days, the wards were sealed. On the 12th night, the city power grid failed. In the sudden darkness, the barking began, dozens of voices echoing through the streets, bouncing off the high-rise walls like laughter. From her apartment balcony, a journalist named Myra Keene watched the city unravel. She'd been covering the outbreak for weeks, her camera always rolling. Now she stood trembling, filming the skyline as the streetlights flickered out one by one. In the faint light, she saw movement, dogs climbing the streets in packs, moving with eerie coordination. Not chaotic like wild animals, more like soldiers advancing on command. Her final transmission aired only once. "This isn't an infection anymore. It's an awakening." Then her feed cut to static. When Clearwater fell, the survivors fled along the river. Hundreds gathered on the old suspension bridge that spanned the water, their last escape route. The army had sealed both ends with barricades, promising helicopters would come at dawn. No one slept that night. The sound of barking carried over the river like a chant. Among the survivors was a young boy, Lucas, the same boy who'd lost his dog, Penny, back in Marrow Creek. He sat against the railing, holding an old stuffed animal, staring into the mist. A soldier crouched beside him. "You holding up, kid?" Lucas nodded, though his face was pale. "I saw her again," he whispered. "She was under the bridge. She looked up at me." The soldier frowned. "You mean your dog?" Lucas nodded slowly. She told me something. The man froze. Told you. Lucas's voice dropped to a whisper. She said they remember us. Before the soldier could respond, the bridge lights flickered. The air grew heavy, the kind of stillness that only comes before disaster. Then came the howls, hundreds of them, rising together, echoing from both sides of the river. The survivors turned toward the city just as the first wave of dogs emerged from the fog. Their silhouettes stretched across the bridge like shadows from another world. The army held the line for an hour before the first barricade fell. The survivors scattered, some jumping into the river, others running into the forest beyond the bridge. Gunfire echoed until it didn't anymore. Lucas hid beneath an overturned truck, his heart hammering so hard it hurt. Through the gaps in the metal, he saw movement paws padding softly across the concrete. They were searching, sniffing, patient. He pressed his hands to his ears, trying to block the sound. Then, faintly, through the roar of the wind and the rush of the river, came something else. A low, rhythmic pulse, almost like breathing. The ground itself seemed to hum with it. He crawled out when the world went quiet again. The bridge was empty, the fog thick as smoke. Far down the road, he saw a single figure standing in the haze, tall, still, and waiting. It wasn't human. The golden retriever, Max. Their eyes met. Lucas felt no fear, only recognition. Somewhere deep inside, he remembered playing fetch with that same dog long ago, back when life still made sense. Now Max turned and walked away, leading the pack down the highway toward the next town. Lucas followed. Months later, a single radio station still transmitted from the mountains north of the quarantine zone. Its operator, known only as Voice 17, kept the last signal alive, warning anyone still listening to stay away from the cities. One night she received a transmission she couldn't trace, no static, no interference, just a clean, clear message. A man's voice said, "You can't stop what's coming. They've learned to wait." Then silence. She leaned closer to the microphone. "Who is this? Identify yourself." No answer, just faint panting on the other end, soft, deliberate. Then, slowly, the panting turned into words not human, but close enough to understand. "We remember your scent." The radio crackled, and for a moment she thought she could hear barking in the distance, faint but growing louder. She cut the signal, shut off the power, and sat in the dark, heart pounding. Outside, something moved past her cabin, heavy steps on the porch, nails scratching the wood. Then, in the quiet that followed, a single breath against the glass. A year after the fall, what remained of humanity lived beneath it. Old subway tunnels, mining shafts, bunkers, anything that could be sealed became home. The world above was ruled by silence broken only by howling wind and sometimes real howls. The largest shelter lay under the old rail station at Brookvale. 218 people, a few solar lamps, and a rhythm of rationing, repairs, and pretending that normal life could still exist. They didn't talk about the surface anymore. They talked about harvest plans, water filters, and the way the tunnels echoed at night. One girl, Nadine, kept a journal. Every page began the same way. "If I forget the sound of the dogs, maybe they'll forget me." Sometimes, when she wrote by lamplight, dust would fall from the ceiling, soft little puffs, as if something were moving above. He stumbled into Brookville through the North Service tunnel, a gaunt man with frost in his beard and a radio slung over one shoulder. He said his name was Elias, a field engineer from the old government network. People gathered to listen as he spoke in the glow of a single lamp. "There are still stations broadcasting," he said, "far north. They think the infection burns out after 2 years." A murmur of hope passed through the crowd, but Nadine noticed how he flinched at the distant sounds in the tunnel, how his eyes flicked toward shadows whenever water dripped. Later that night, she found him alone, whispering into his radio. She asked, "Who are you talking to?" He looked up sharply. Just checking frequencies. The radio hissed softly, almost rhythmically, 3 slow bursts, 1 quick. Nadine leaned closer and realized the static wasn't random. It was breathing. Life in Brookville fell into routine again, but Elia's presence changed the air. He told stories of green valleys and clean air beyond the mountains. Children drew pictures of sunlit fields they'd never seen. Then the dogs came back into their dreams. People woke saying they'd heard scratching on the tunnel walls, soft barking echoing miles away. The elders said it was memory, nothing more. But Nadine heard it too, and one night she followed the sound down the service corridor. Her lantern flickered as she walked. Water dripped from a pipe above, steady, patient, like a clock marking the seconds before something breaks. At the end of the hall, the concrete wall was marked with scratches. Not random ones, letters. Stay below. She stepped closer. The markings were damp, fresh, and smelled faintly of earth and fur. A week later, a tremor shook the tunnels. Dust rained from the ceiling. A pipe burst, flooding a corridor. The council decided to open an old maintenance shaft to drain the water. Elias volunteered to go with Nadine and 2 others. They climbed through rusted ladders and broken vents until they reached a sealed hatch. When they turned the crank, cold air rushed in, a scent of pine and rain. After so long underground, it felt holy. Nadine peeked through the gap and saw daylight for the first time in a year, pale and thin but real. The sky looked bruised, hazy with smoke, yet beautiful. They climbed out carefully. The forest above was overgrown but still. No barking, no motion, just silence. Elias whispered, "Maybe it's over." Then from somewhere far behind them, a single bark answered, a short, almost conversational sound. I froze. Hello everyone, my name is the Storyteller, and today I will share with you some horror stories to help you fall asleep. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before that, write down in the comments where you are listening this and what time it is. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to never miss upcoming horror stories. The old neighborhood had always been quiet, the kind of silence that clung to the walls like dust. On Ashby Street, every house looked the same. Peeling white paint, yellow porch lights, and curtains drawn shut after dark. But tonight, one window stayed open. Mara Jenkins noticed it while walking home from her night shift. The open window belonged to the old Whitaker house, abandoned for years, ever since the fire. It was odd, because everyone in town knew that place wasn't safe. The floorboards were warped, the roof sagged, and there were stories about people seeing shadows moving inside. She slowed down, clutching her purse tighter. Her phone buzzed. A text from her roommate, "You almost home?" She typed back quickly, "Yeah, passing the Whitaker place." Then before she could hit send, she heard something, a faint tapping sound from the open window. Not the kind of tapping a branch makes. Slower, deliberate, like fingers on glass. Myra froze. The tapping stopped. Then she heard it, a whisper, so soft she couldn't tell if it came from outside or from the hollow behind her ribs. "Keep walking." Her phone slipped from her hand, landing face down on the cracked sidewalk. She crouched to grab it, but when she looked back up, the window was closed. Detective Alaric Denu had seen enough strange cases in his 10 years on the force, but the Jenkins report was different. A missing woman, no signs of struggle, no witnesses. Just a single phone, recovered a block away from an abandoned house. The first responding officer swore. He heard breathing when he went inside. Now Denu stood in that same room, flashlight cutting through layers of dust. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of old wood and mold. He checked the floor, footprints everywhere. Too many. Small prints leading in circles like someone had been packing or dancing. On the wall, faint markings, vertical scratches in sets of 5. Finger length. Human. He knelt beside them, touching the grooves. Fresh. "You shouldn't touch that," said a voice behind him. He turned fast, flashlight raised, but no one was there. The house groaned in protest as if it didn't like being disturbed. Then he saw it, a single light bulb swinging in the next room, swaying back and forth with no wind. In the beam of his flashlight, something glimmered, a camera lens, small and hidden in the corner, covered in dust. When Denu played the recovered memory card later, there was no sound. Only a dark room and a woman, Mara Jenkins, standing completely still. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open, but no sound came out. Behind her, a shadow moved. And then the screen went black. The killer watched the news through a broken television screen. The image flickered, warped by static, but the audio worked fine. Mara Jenkins' disappearance made the local headline. That always pleased him. He liked when they noticed. His small room was filled with trophies, not jewelry or photographs, but objects that had meant something to them. A keychain, a necklace, a crumpled movie ticket. He lined them carefully on wooden shelves, each marked with a number. He called them keepsakes. Tonight, he polished one. A cracked cell phone screen with a fingerprint still visible under the glass. "She looked right at me," he whispered to no one. He had followed Mara for 2 weeks. She had a pattern: coffee at 7:10, night shift at 8:00, home by 1:00. She always looked over her shoulder near the corner of Ashby Street as if she knew. That was the part he liked best, the moment when fear began to live inside them. On his desk, an old notebook lay open. Inside were names, addresses, and times, neat, organized, methodical. At the top of the list, written in red ink. Next, Elise Brandt. Elise Brandt had been Mara's co-worker. They weren't close, but Elise couldn't shake the guilt. She was the last to see Mara alive that night, and the police had already asked her to come in again tomorrow. She didn't want to. She couldn't sleep anyway. Around midnight, her apartment began to feel too quiet. The hum of the refrigerator stopped, and the ticking of the kitchen clock suddenly sounded too loud. She turned on the TV for background noise, but it flickered static, then black. Then faintly, a whisper came from the vent near her bed. "Elise." She froze. The sound faded, then returned louder, not her name this time, but breathing. She leaned closer, thinking maybe a pipe or a draft was making the noise. Something moved behind the vent. Elise stumbled back, knocking over a lamp. The power went out completely. Her phone flashlight flickered as she crawled to the wall. The metal vent cover was loose. When she shined her light inside, she saw nothing until the light caught something shiny. A camera lens. There was a note taped beside it. "You looked at her last." Detective Denu didn't believe in coincidences. When Elise Brandt vanished the following night, his gut told him this was the same predator. Both lived within a mile radius. Both had cameras hidden in their homes. Both had been watched long before they knew it. He pinned their photos on his corkboard, connecting them with a red string. 2 victims, both young women, both working late shifts. The string led straight to the Whitaker house. And on the far right of the board, he left an empty space. A placeholder. He didn't know for who, not yet, but experience told him killers like this always had another. Outside, rain began to fall. Inside the Whitaker house, under the floorboards, something stirred, a faint sound like fabric dragging over wood. Then a whisper, soft and patient. "Number 3. Rain drummed against the cracked shingles of the Whitaker house like nervous fingers on a coffin lid. Detective Alaric Denu stood in the living room again, staring down at the warped floorboards where the latest trace evidence had been found. Elise Brandt's earring, a small silver hoop, had been discovered wedged between 2 planks, smeared with something that wasn't quite blood. He crouched low, tapping the wood with the butt of his flashlight. A hollow echo answered back. Beneath the boards was a space, too shallow for a basement, too deep for a crawl space. "You ever wonder what's under your feet?" the killer had once said in an interview he'd watched during training years ago. "All that history, all those things we bury and pretend to forget." The quote echoed in his head as he pried up one of the planks. The stench that poured out was old rot mixed with something far worse. He aimed his light inside. Photographs, dozens of them, faces of women staring up at him from the dark. All printed on cheap paper, water-stained, folded, torn. Every one of them marked with a number scrawled in red ink. There were at least 10. And in the middle of them, a fresh one, Elise Brandt, pinned to her forehead with a sewing needle. Alaric swallowed hard. The faint sound of dripping came from deeper in the hollow. He thought it was water until it began to change rhythm. Slow, wet, drip, drip, drag. Something moved down there. He dropped the plank and staggered back as the air shifted. The whisper came again, the same one the first officer had reported weeks ago. "Keep walking." But it wasn't outside this time. It was below him. The killer was meticulous tonight. Every movement had purpose. He had finished preparing the 3rd room, his gallery. The Whitaker house wasn't just a lair, it was a museum of silence. Each victim had their place. The walls were lined with rough plaster, the paint stripped to the bare wood beneath. From the rafters hung old chains, their surfaces rusted and sticky. The smell of mold and iron mixed in the air like decay itself had found a permanent address. He moved carefully, humming under his breath, a faint melody that no one else could ever recognize. The tune was one his mother used to sing before the fire, before she locked him in the basement for talking to the walls. Now he talked back. He adjusted the camera in the corner, making sure the lens caught the right angle. This time, he didn't want to film the death. He wanted to capture the moment before it, the realization. That perfect second when fear became understanding. They all see it, he whispered, brushing dust from the lens. Right before the end, they see me. In the next room, something stirred the scrape of a chair leg, the shallow breath of someone trying not to exist. He smiled. Hello, Ave. The third victim lifted her head. Her mouth was bound, but the terror in her eyes said everything. He crouched beside her, brushing a strand of hair from her face with a tenderness that made her flinch. You don't understand it yet, he said softly. You think this is about pain. It is. It's about remembering. He reached for the knife, its edge gleaming faintly in the half-light. And you will help me remember. Detective Denu hadn't slept in 3 days. His eyes burned, his hands shook, and the coffee in his cup had gone cold hours ago. The station was quiet, except for the soft hum of the evidence room refrigerator where the drives were stored. He couldn't stop watching the recovered footage. Each SD card contained snippets, fragmented, incomplete videos, sometimes only seconds long. The victims' faces always appeared just before the static took over, but there was sound, a low hum, a pattern that repeated through every clip like a heartbeat. He amplified it through the software. It wasn't random noise, it was breathing. And faintly in the background, he heard his own voice. He froze, replaying it, isolating the sound. It was him, from an interview years ago, talking about the Whitaker fire case. The killer had taken his voice from an old news clip and layered it beneath the footage. Mocking him. You think you're hunting me, the distorted version of his voice whispered through the speaker. But I was here first. He slammed the laptop shut and pressed his palms to his eyes. The sound kept echoing in his skull, even after the room went silent. He realized something then. The killer wasn't just choosing random victims. He was following Denu's old cases. Every woman connected by one thing. They'd all lived near a crime scene he had once investigated. And if that was true, there was someone else on the list, someone still alive. Denu's ex-wife, Claire. Claire Denu lived alone in a narrow townhouse on the east side of town. She changed her name after the divorce, but her face still appeared in the background of Alaric's nightmares. He drove without lights, rain streaking the windshield like veins of shadow. Every intersection looked wrong, every turn sharper than it should have been. He called her phone again, no answer. When he reached her house, the door was unlocked. Inside, the smell hit him first. Not blood, not death, but old smoke. Whitaker fire smoke. His flashlight caught movement near the stairs. A figure, pale, tall, face hidden beneath a hood, paused and turned. For one impossible heartbeat, Alaric saw his own face reflected in the figure's mask. Then the figure vanished into the dark. He shouted her name, charging upstairs. Claire's bedroom door was open. On the bed lay a small box tied with red string. He tore it open. Inside, a photograph of Claire, taken from outside her house 2 nights ago. And beneath it, a note written in thin, sharp handwriting. She's already in the gallery. Denu's stomach dropped. He ran back down, gun drawn, but the front door had closed. From the hallway came that faint, familiar whisper. Number 4. And then silence. When Claire awoke, she was bound to a chair. Her vision blurred in the light of too many mirrors. Every wall around her was covered with them. She could see herself from every angle, her face distorted 100 ways, each reflection more twisted than the last. The air was cold, wet, heavy. She could hear water dripping. Somewhere in the darkness, a projector flickered on, throwing an image across the mirrored walls. Her wedding photo. The killer stepped into the frame. His reflection multiplied infinitely around her. You don't remember me, he said, but you should, you all should. She couldn't speak through the gag, but her eyes widened in recognition. There was something familiar in his voice, something that crawled out of memory. He reached into his pocket, pulling out an old police badge. The name was scratched away, but the logo was still visible, Ashby Fire Department. You saved them, he said, but not me. He lifted the knife, tracing its tip across the glass surface beside her face. The blade screeched, leaving a thin white scar in the reflection. The fire took everything, he whispered, so now I take everything back. The camera clicked on. Somewhere in the static, the whisper began again, a chorus of every voice he'd stolen. Keep walking. Number 4. Remember. And in the mirror's reflection, his face finally showed, pale, burned, and smiling. Denu didn't remember driving back to the Whittaker house, only the sound of the rain and the poolsing red and blue reflections bleeding across the windshield. He barely noticed the uniformed officers trailing behind him, or the sirens echoing faintly in the distance. He just knew one thing: Claire was gone. The front door of the Whittaker house groaned as he pushed it open. The air inside was heavier than before, saturated with humidity and something almost sweet. The flashlight beam caught dust motes swirling like ash. Then he saw the photos again, but this time the photos had changed. The faces were the same, but each woman now appeared with her eyes blacked out. Someone had painted over them, fresh, wet, dripping. In the center of the room was something new. A large canvas nailed to the wall, painted completely black except for a single phrase carved into the surface. You left me to burn. The detective froze. The handwriting, it was the same as the fire report from years ago, the one filed after the Whittaker house fire. His own handwriting. A sharp crack sounded beneath him, a board snapping, and suddenly the floor gave way. He crashed down into darkness, choking on dust and splinters. When he landed, he felt something soft beneath him. Fabric. Dozens of pieces, all stitched together clothing, he realized. Women's clothing. Dresses, uniforms, scarves sewn into a massive quilt. The floor above him groaned. He lifted his light and for the first time saw the underside of the house. Every beam was covered in writing. Names, numbers, dates written in charcoal and blood. At the center, one name repeated over and over, in frantic, overlapping strokes. Ethan Whittaker. And then Denu remembered. The fire, the child, the missing boy who was never found. He was still here. The Whittaker fire had been one of Denu's first major investigations. A 2-story house engulfed overnight, mother deceased, child presumed missing. They found signs the boy had been locked in the basement, scratch marks on the door, a melted lock. The official cause, electrical malfunction. Unofficially, Denu always suspected something darker, abuse, neglect, cruelty. But the case was closed, the remains were never recovered, and time did what it always does, it buried things. Until now. He sat in his car outside the ruins of the old fire station, flipping through a decade-old case file. Ethan Whittaker was 6 years old when the house burned. His mother, Lorraine, had been found near the basement door, half-melted plastic fused to her skin, a lock she tried to remove too late. But what no one had noticed until now was a secondary name listed in the fire department report. Volunteer responder, A. Denu. His chest tightened. He had been there, not as a detective, as a rookie responder. He had pulled one body from the flames that night, a woman, and when the fire had grown too hot, he backed out. He never went back for the boy. Now the boy was back for him. It was 3:17 a.m. when the phone rang. Denu's hand trembled as he answered. Static, then breathing. You remember now. It was Ethan's voice, older, gravel-worn, yet unmistakably childlike in tone. The voice of someone who had grown up in the dark, learning to imitate normal speech but never quite mastering it. You left me there, the voice said. I screamed until my throat burned. I tried to claw through the door, but you didn't come back. Denu gripped the receiver, his knuckles pale. Where is she, Ethan? She's here, the voice replied. All of them are. You built this. You built me. Then silence. The line clicked. Denu stared at the phone. The call had come from his own number. He looked up and the mirror across from him flickered. For half a second, his reflection didn't move with him. It smiled when he didn't. He turned and saw writing appearing on the wall, invisible until the condensation from his breath revealed it. Number 5. Claire's consciousness came and went like waves breaking on stone. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on the floor of a vast underground room. The air was stale, and the faint hum of electricity came from somewhere overhead. The walls she saw now weren't walls at all. They were glass panels, each containing something inside. People. Bodies suspended like exhibits, some seated, some standing, their eyes open but empty. Each panel bore a small plaque with a name and date, and behind each body, a black and white photograph of them while they were alive. She struggled to sit up, wrists burning from the ropes. A voice echoed through hidden speakers, soft and reverent. "Welcome to the gallery of memory." The sound of footsteps followed. Ethan appeared in the doorway, wearing a cracked firefighter's helmet, the same one that had melted in the Whitaker fire. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly. "This room isn't for you yet." She could barely speak. Why are you doing this?" "Because forgetting is worse than dying," he said, "and you all forgot." He pressed a hand against the glass of one display, Mara Jenkins. Her eyes stared back blankly. "They were gone before the fire was out," he said. "The world moved on, but I stayed." He turned toward Claire. "And now, Detective Denu will remember everything." Denu returned to the Whitaker house one last time, not as an investigator, but as something closer to prey. The others at the precinct had stopped answering his calls. His badge had been suspended after his midnight break-in at the evidence room. None of that mattered. All that mattered was the voice and the need to end it. He carried a crowbar, a flashlight, and his service weapon. The house seemed to sense him, the boards creaking not under his weight, but in anticipation. The smell of smoke hung heavier now, like the fire was still burning somewhere beneath the surface. He followed the sound, that faint hum from the recordings, down to the basement door. It was open this time. Inside, the air shimmered with heat. The light from his flashlight bent strangely, like it passed through water. The tunnel beneath the basement stretched deeper than he'd ever imagined, narrow, uneven, alive with whispers. He descended slowly. The walls were carved with thousands of names, some he recognized, some he didn't, all of them victims. At the end of the tunnel stood a door, steel, burned, warped. On it was carved a single word: remember. He opened it. Inside was the gallery. And standing in the center, illuminated by the glow of a dozen flickering screens, was Ethan Whitaker, no longer the boy from the fire, but a man made of ash and rage. His skin was pale, marred by old burns, his eyes black and deep like charred wood. "Hello, detective," he said. "Welcome home." And as the door slammed shut behind him, the sound of the fire returned, not from outside, but from inside his mind. The past, it seemed, had finally caught fire again. The heat was suffocating. It didn't make sense there was no visible fire, yet every breath burned. Denu wiped sweat from his face, though when he looked at his hand it wasn't sweat, it was ash. The gallery stretched before him, an impossible space that seemed larger than the foundations of the house could ever contain. Each wall glimmered with glass panels, each lit by a faint orange glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Inside every display, the victims watched him, not with life, but with accusation. He recognized them all, Mara, Elise, Ava, and then his ex-wife Claire. Her eyes moved. She was alive. He ran to the glass, hammering his fists against it. "Claire, Claire, I'm here." Her lips parted, trembling, but no sound came. She lifted her hand weakly, pressing it to the glass. Behind her reflection, Ethan appeared. "You can't save her," the killer said softly. "You never could." Denu raised his gun, finger tightening on the trigger. Open it. Ethan only tilted his head. You think this is a cage. It's not. It's memory. And memory doesn't die when you shoot it. He stepped closer, his burned face catching the dim light. Do you want to see what really happened that night? Before Denu could respond, the world tilted. The heat became unbearable. The glass cracked, light bled through the seams, and everything was swallowed by flame. He stood in the past. The Whitaker house was whole again, the walls unburned, the windows intact, the scent of lavender candles filling the air. But it was all wrong. The silence was too complete, the light too soft, as though the house were holding its breath. He heard a child crying downstairs. He moved through the hall, recognizing the furniture, every chair, every rug, every photograph he'd seen years ago in the reports. But in this vision, the faces in the photos were blurred, everyone except the boy. Ethan, 6 years old. He followed the sound to the basement door. Smoke began to seep from underneath. Denua's chest constricted. He remembered this. He had been outside. He'd seen the flames, heard the mother's screams, and run inside to save who he could. But in the memory, he didn't move. He stood frozen as Lorraine Whitaker clawed at the basement door, screaming for her son. The ceiling above them collapsed. Fire spilled like water. Help him, she screamed. But he turned, he left her there. He saw himself, younger, terrified, sprinting through the collapsing hallway. Behind him, Ethan's small hand pressed against the basement window, smearing soot on the glass. You left me. The child's voice echoed in every direction, overlapping, growing louder, until the fire became sound. And then the flames consumed the world. When Denu woke, he was back in the gallery. The floor beneath him was wet, the air filled with the faint sound of dripping. His flashlight flickered weakly. The glass panels around him were shattered, the displays empty. Only one remained intact, Claire's. But the woman inside was not moving. He staggered toward the display, pressing his hand to the glass. The warmth of her skin had faded. The light in her eyes was gone. He wanted to scream, but his throat failed him. He could feel Ethan's presence nearby, watching, waiting. You don't have to do this, Denu said hoarsely. You're not that boy anymore. Ethan stepped into the half-light, his expression calm, almost mournful. You're right, I'm not that boy. You made sure of it. He gestured to the shattered displays. Every one of them was a part of the fire. A neighbor who didn't help, a firefighter who hesitated, a teacher who ignored the bruises. They all burned me long before the flames ever touched my skin. He knelt beside Denu. You think you came here to stop me, but you came here to remember what you did. He reached out, pressing a hand to Denua's forehead. And now you'll never forget. The moment their skin touched, Denu felt everything, the fire, the screams, the suffocating smoke. But worse than all of it was the sound of a small boy crying, calling his name over and over, until the voice became his own. When Denu opened his eyes again, he was sitting in an interrogation room. The walls were white. The air smelled of disinfectant. A faint hum came from the fluorescent lights above. His hands were cuffed. A mirror covered one wall. He blinked, disoriented. Across the table sat a woman in a dark suit, a psychologist, by the look of her badge. Detective Denu, she said softly, do you know where you are? He swallowed. The station. She nodded. You were found in the ruins of the Whitaker house. It collapsed 2 nights ago. You were the only one inside. He tried to speak, but his throat was dry. The victims. She shook her head. There were no bodies, just ash. He stared at her. That's not possible. There were rooms, glass walls. She leaned forward. We didn't find any of that. Just one basement sealed from the inside, and one body. He froze. Who? She glanced down at her notes. A woman, Claire Denu. He felt the air leave his lungs. The mirror flickered. For a split second, his reflection smiled when he didn't. Behind the glass, something moved. That night, the psychologist filed her report. Severe dissociation, survivor's guilt, possible hallucinations. Subject claims the Whitaker boy survived and orchestrated a series of murders, though no evidence supports this. Recommends psychiatric transfer. But when she reviewed the session tape later, she noticed something strange. In the final minutes, as Denu sat staring at the mirror, there was another voice on the recording. Faint, childlike, keep walking. Then came a sound tapping, soft, slow, from inside the mirror. When the psychologist looked closer, she saw something behind Denu's reflection, a small hand pressed against the glass. Then the feed cut to static. The asylum wasn't supposed to feel like punishment, but it did. Denu's room was small, colorless, padded on all sides, a blank box that swallowed sound. There were no windows, only a slit in the door for food and observation. The only light came from a single bulb that buzzed like an insect trapped in glass. Days bled together, sleep brought no peace. He kept hearing the whisper, sometimes behind the walls, sometimes from under the floor, sometimes from inside him. You left me to burn. He tried to cover his ears, but it didn't help. The voice was in his blood now. The doctors gave him medication, pills that made everything slow and soft, like watching his own life through dirty glass. They said he was improving. They said the voices were fading. But the truth was, Ethan had learned to hide in the silence. And every night, when the hallway lights dimmed and the guards' footsteps retreated, the bulb in Denu's cell flickered 3 times. That's when the whisper would start. Number 6. And every time he heard it, someone in the ward would vanish before morning. The first to disappear was Nurse Haley. She worked the night rotation, quiet, gentle, the kind who treated patients like people instead of numbers. At 2:11 a.m., she'd entered Denu's room to check his vitals. The security footage showed her setting down her clipboard, speaking softly to him. He didn't respond. She leaned closer. Then, for one frame, just one, her face twisted. Her eyes went black. The next frame was empty. She was gone. The door never opened. The sensors never triggered. She had simply ceased to be there. When the guards questioned Denu, he said only one thing. She followed the voice. They put him in isolation after that. But in the morning, one of the guards found something carved into the wall of the observation booth. A name and a number, written backward from the inside of the glass. HAYLEY 6. Weeks passed, or maybe hours. Time lost meaning in the asylum. The corridors seemed to rearrange themselves, leading nowhere. Doors opened to the same rooms they'd just left. The air itself felt wrong, too thick, too full of breath that wasn't theirs. The patients began whispering to each other. They said the walls were hollow, that at night you could hear the crying of people who weren't alive anymore. One man, pale and shaking, pressed his ear to the floor and screamed until his throat bled. When the orderlies dragged him away, he kept shouting, "There's someone under us, he's digging." That night, Denu's light flickered again, 3 times. He rose from his bed, staring at the door. He could see faint shadows moving underneath, small and quick. Then the door creaked open on its own. Beyond it, the hallway was gone. In its place stretched a narrow tunnel of smoke and flame. And at the end of it stood a child. Ethan, holding a burned teddy bear. "You finally remember," the boy said. "Now you have to finish it." Dr. Amelia Rowe had been working at St. Alwyn's Psychiatric for 12 years, and she had seen her share of broken minds, but none like Denu's. She read through his case file again. It didn't make sense. The Whitaker fire, the disappearances, the supposed gallery. No physical evidence of any of it. Yet every night since Denu arrived, strange things had happened. Lights failing, doors locking themselves, patients whispering the same phrase in their sleep, "Keep walking." Tonight, she stayed late to observe him personally. At 3:03 a.m., she saw movement on the monitor. Denu was standing in the center of his room, staring at the wall. He raised his hand, tracing something invisible. The thermal sensor registered a second heat signature beside him, smaller, lower to the ground. She leaned forward, confused. "Who's there, detective?" He turned toward the camera, eyes black and hollow. "You left the door open," he said. She blinked. The cell door on the screen was still closed. Then behind her, something clicked. The observation door unlocked itself. The next morning, St. Alwyn smelled of smoke. Half the West Wing was gone, devoured by fire that had no clear source. Every sprinkler had failed. Every alarm had gone silent. They found Dr. Rowe's clipboard near the elevator shaft. On the last page of her notes, she had written one line in uneven handwriting. "He's not in the room anymore." No one ever found Denu's body. His cell was empty, just a circle of soot burned into the floor, and words carved around it like a ritual. "Remember me." For months afterward, the surviving staff reported strange things: doors that whispered, walls that wept, lights that flickered 3 times before someone disappeared. And deep beneath the ruins, where the foundation cracked open during the fire, there was a hollow space. Inside it, investigators found a single item, an old melted firefighter's helmet. And beneath it, written in charcoal on the concrete, Number 7. 6 months after the fire at St. Alwyn's, Ashby Street was still empty. The Whitaker house had been demolished, but no one had dared to rebuild. Locals said grass refused to grow on that patch of earth. Dogs howled when they passed by. Kids swore they saw faces in the dirt. Detective Lorna Vale stood in the middle of the dead lot, her coat whipping in the wind. She'd been assigned to close the Denu case, officially unsolved. But she couldn't. Something about the fire reports, the missing staff, the strange carvings found in the asylum ruins, all of it whispered that the story wasn't finished. She crouched near the blackened soil. Her gloved hand brushed something solid metal, a firefighter's badge, corroded and half buried. She turned it over. The name was still readable, EDNEUX. Before she could breathe, the wind shifted. The air thickened, heavy with the smell of wet ash, and somewhere faintly she heard it, the laughter of a child. "You found me," it said. The sound came from below. She stepped back. The ground beneath her boot gave way, and she fell into darkness. She landed hard on stone and dirt. Her flashlight flickered to life, cutting through a narrow tunnel that extended both ways, ancient, carved by hand. The walls were scorched, but something shimmered beneath the soot. Names, hundreds of them, scratched into the rock. Every victim from Denu's list, every missing patient from the asylum, every nurse, every guard, every name carved by the same hand. Her light caught on something ahead, movement. A figure crouched in the darkness, muttering. She raised her gun. "Step into the light." The figure obeyed slowly. A man, pale, barefoot, wearing a tattered hospital gown. His wrists were burned black, his eyes gone. "Detective," he rasped, "he's not done yet." Vale froze. "Who?" "The boy," he said. "He's the flame, I only carried it." Then, before she could question him, he began scratching at the wall with his nails, digging through stone. Blood dripping down his hands. He was trying to add another name. Lorna Vale. The tunnel lights flared. Somewhere deep in the dark, a child began humming a lullaby, the same one from Denu's recorded interviews. And every wall face began to move, mouths forming words. "Keep walking." When Vale came to, she was no longer in the tunnel. She was standing in a hallway, wooden, decayed, and horribly familiar. Wallpaper peeling, ash and mold creeping across the ceiling. The Whitaker house. It had rebuilt itself around her. Her radio crackled with static. A voice came through, distant and warped. "Detective, help me." "Denu." She followed the sound down corridors that stretched and twisted like intestines. Every doorway opened into another memory: Ethan's bedroom, the burned kitchen, the fire escape that led nowhere. The house pulsed like it was breathing. She saw them, shapes behind the wallpaper, faces pressing from inside the walls, mouthing silent screams. The radio hissed again. You wanted truth, here it is. The floorboard snapped. A trapdoor opened beneath her feet. She fell again into the basement. And there, standing in the glow of a single flickering bulb, was Denu. Alive, or something close to it. His face was half burned, his eyes two black mirrors. He won't stop until I finish it, he said, until I remember all of it. Behind him, a child's silhouette moved in the smoke. Tell her daddy. The air was choking, thick with old smoke, memory, and guilt. Denu trembled, clutching his burned hands. It wasn't a rescue call, he said. It was revenge. Vale frowned. What do you mean? He looked at her, eyes wet and empty. The Whittakers, they weren't strangers. The husband, he killed my wife in a hit and run. They covered it up. I wanted justice, so I set the fire. The child stepped forward now, half human, half ash. You promised me, he said. Denu screamed. You were supposed to stay inside. I told you to wait in the truck. The room began to melt. The walls bled heat. Flames burst from the ceiling. You left me to burn, Ethan whispered. Denu fell to his knees. I tried to save you. God, I tried. You saved yourself. The fire roared, swallowing the basement, erasing all distinction between flesh and smoke. Denu's skin cracked open, glowing from within. Vale backed toward the stairs, coughing, her flashlight stuttering. You see now, Ethan said. He's just another fire and you're next. The entire house was burning. The flames made no sound, only a deep, pulsing heartbeat that matched her own. Vale staggered up the stairs. The door at the top was gone, replaced by an open field of black glass. She stepped through and found herself outside, except it wasn't the real world. The sky was an ember haze. The town was gone, replaced by a sea of ash and bones. And at the center of it stood Ethan, no longer a child, but something vast and hollow. His face was a furnace. Behind him, Denu burned, body turning to smoke, voice fading to a whisper. I made him, now he makes me. The creature, the cinder man, turned its molten eyes toward her. Everyone forgets fire, it said, until it remembers them. It raised its hand, the air cracked, Vale screamed, and then silence. When the real fire crews arrived days later, they found no body, just Vale's badge, melted into the ground beside Denu's. And when they tried to clear the lot again, new houses kept catching fire before construction finished, always on the same night, always at 3:03 a.m. Some locals say, if you walk down Ashby Street after midnight, you can still hear it, the sound of a child humming through the smoke. Others say the cinder man chooses a new house every few years. But the ones who have seen the flickering light under their doorframe never live long enough to tell anyone what they saw next. It began on a Tuesday night in October. A storm had rolled through the town of East Hollow, lightning crawling like veins across the clouds. The rain stopped just before midnight, leaving the streets shining under the flicker of dying streetlights. Mara Lewin, a night shift nurse, drove home past the abandoned fairgrounds. The Ferris wheel still stood there, rusted and skeletal, silhouetted against the moon. As she slowed her car, she saw something that froze her breath. The lights on the Ferris wheel blinked on. Red, yellow, blue. The bulbs shouldn't have worked anymore. Then she saw them. Figures, dozens of them, climbing off the wheel, their makeup smeared by rain. They stood motionless in the field, all facing the road. Their painted mouths stretched in smiles too wide to be human. Myra blinked and they were gone. Only the sound remained, a faint honk echoing through the trees. By morning, East Hollow was trending online. Videos surfaced. blurry clips of clowns wandering gas stations, schoolyards, front yards. One woman claimed a clown had been scratching her window all night. Police dismissed it as viral marketing or a prank. The mayor called it Halloween hysteria. But something felt wrong. At 6 a.m., the emergency broadcast system activated without warning. Every TV, phone, and radio crackled to life. A distorted voice whispered through static. "Laugh with us." Then the signal died. Phones stopped working. Internet went dark. The whole town was isolated, cut off like a circus tent sealed shut. At 8 a.m., the first screams were heard from downtown. Teenagers Jake Donovan and Ellie Rourke were filming a vlog outside the old ice cream parlor when they saw the balloon. A single red one drifting lazily down the street. Jake laughed and reached for it. When he touched the string, it snapped and white paint splattered across his face. Then the clown dropped from the rooftop. Its costume was patchwork, a nightmare of colors stitched together with wire. Its teeth were yellow and long, its eyes bottomless. It grabbed Jake by the neck and bit straight through his throat. Ellie's screams echoed down Main Street. By the time officers arrived, the only thing left was a pool of melted balloon rubber and a trail of shoe prints, each one shaped like a smile. By sunset, East Hollow was a war zone. Clowns flooded the streets, coming from the sewers, from the woods, from nowhere. They moved silently at first, then laughter rolled over the town like thunder. The rain returned, but it wasn't clear water anymore. It fell thick, red, and sweet-smelling. Anyone it touched started laughing uncontrollably, tearing at their own faces until they stopped breathing. Mara barricaded herself inside the hospital with a dozen survivors. The power flickered. In the distance, she heard the music, the faint calliope tune of the fairground carousel playing on its own. "They're not human," one paramedic whispered. "They're wearing people." Outside, shadows danced in the crimson rain. Balloons clung to the windows like leeches. Midnight again. The power finally died. Only candlelight remained. Myra led the survivors into the basement, the morgue, the only place with steel doors. Above them, footsteps echoed, dozens of them, then a knock, 3 times slow. Someone began to hum, "Pop Goes the Weasel." The survivors froze. The door's glass viewport filled with a painted face, yellow eyes behind a cracked mask. The clown pressed its hand against the glass. Something pulsed beneath its latex skin, like something alive inside. Then the clown leaned close and whispered through the slit, in a voice that wasn't entirely human. "We used to be your laughter." The door bulged inward, metal squealing, as dozens of hands pounded from the other side. By dawn, Mara realized the streets were no longer safe. The clowns had taken control. Cars were overturned, their horns blaring faintly. Bodies, unrecognizable and twisted into grinning poses, littered the roads. The air smelled of blood, rust, and something sweet like candy rotting in the sun. A group of survivors gathered. Mara, the paramedic David, a teenage couple, and a retired security guard named Lewis. They decided to escape through the old city sewer system, hoping the clowns hadn't discovered it yet. The tunnel was dark, suffocating, the walls slick with condensation and what looked disturbingly like smeared makeup. The faint echo of clown shoes tapped along the pipes above. David whispered, They're everywhere. We have to move fast." As they advanced, shadows shifted in the corner of Mara's vision. Something small and hunched darted across the floor. A balloon floated past, red, dripping something that looked like blood before popping with a wet sound. And then the laughter started, low, growling, multiplying down the endless brick corridors. "We're not alone," Lewis muttered, gripping his flashlight like a weapon. From the darkness, hands erupted from the water, painted, clawed, pulling the survivors toward the sludge. A shriek split the tunnel. When Mara turned, the teenager was gone. The others screamed, but the laughter never stopped. Emerging from the sewers hours later, the group stumbled into a ruined carnival. Rusted rides leaned precariously, and torn tents flapped in the wind like dead wings. At the center was a massive clown, taller than a man, its costume sewn from dozens of human clothes. Its hair was fire red, matted with mud and blood. A crown of balloons floated above its head, glowing faintly in the dark. "Welcome," it said in a voice that was 100 voices at once, "to your new home." The survivors froze. Every instinct told them to run, but the queen raised a hand. From behind the rides, hundreds of smaller clowns poured forward. Some limped, some crawled, and some hopped like puppets on strings, all grinning, all holding sharp, gleaming objects. Lewis pulled a flare from his jacket and lit it. The flame hissed against the wet ground, sending the clowns back temporarily. But it wasn't enough. The queen laughed, a sound like breaking glass in carnival music. "They thought laughter was safe," it said, "but laughter is hunger." By morning, East Hollow was completely enveloped. The red rain returned, thicker, foggy, turning the city into a hellish carnival. Street signs melted under the wet haze. Cars and bodies were fused together. The survivors were trapped in the abandoned hospital. Mara barricaded the doors, but the clowns had learned to use the windows. They pressed their faces to the glass, pale eyes gleaming, mouths stretching impossibly wide. The fog crept through the vents, carrying whispers. Laugh, scream, join. The survivors realized too late. It wasn't just the clowns. The fog carried their essence, their minds. Anyone who inhaled it too long began to twitch, paint bleeding from their skin, teeth chattering, as though the red fog was turning them into one of them. David, coughing violently, fell to the ground, twitching. His eyes went white, his smile widening. Mara had to hold him down while Lewis grabbed a fire extinguisher and knocked him unconscious. "It's not just a clown," Lewis said, pale. "It's infection, mind, body, everything." Mara found a journal in the ruins of a side street. The cover was torn, pages wet but readable. It belonged to someone named Victor Trask, a traveling circus owner from decades ago. Trask wrote about the mask. Not a mask in the usual sense, but a living entity that consumed joy, turning laughter into hunger. Those who wore the mask could never remove it, their body and mind fused with its will. "It started with one mask," he wrote. "A toy for the children, a gift of laughter. But the laughter died, leaving hunger behind. Now the mask spreads. Those who laugh too freely are chosen next." The last entry was a scrawled warning. "If you see them, do not make eye contact. Do not scream. Do not try to fight, run, and hide. The mask is patient, and it always remembers." Mara looked up. Through the window, she saw a clown standing in the street, holding a mask in its hands, a grin wider than humanly possible. The mask had found her. In desperation, Mara and the remaining survivors fled to the remains of an old funhouse at the edge of town. Inside, mirrors reflected fractured images, warping reality. Painted faces seemed to move, and laughter echoed endlessly, bouncing off the walls. They descended into the basement, thinking it safer. Instead, they found a horrific shrine. Hundreds of masks hung from the ceiling, human skin stretched over plastic, stitched together with twine. Balloons floated in a perfect circle above each mask, glowing red. From the darkness, a voice hissed, "Join us." A clown stepped from the shadows, not the queen, smaller but faster. It lunged at Mara. She swung a metal pipe, smashing its jaw. It didn't fall. It only laughed louder. Its voice pierced her skull. The survivors realized the truth. Killing the clowns didn't stop them. Each one destroyed simply released another, a new form from the mask, faster, hungrier, and smarter. Above them, the mirrors shifted, and Mara saw hundreds of eyes staring back, all with the same cruel, painted grin. "The carnival never ends," the voice whispered. Mara and the survivors emerged from the funhouse basement only to find East Hollow transformed. Streets glistened with the red rain, warped and twisted by the invasion. Cars hung from streetlights, buildings leaned like drunk giants. Everywhere, balloons drifted in the haze, each tied to a stake in the ground. And in every shadow lurked the painted faces, grinning impossibly wide. People wandered blindly, their mouths stretched, eyes glazed. Some moved slowly, almost sedated, while others sprinted at impossible speeds toward the survivors, clutching scissors, knives, and other sharp instruments with unnerving precision. "Keep moving," Mara shouted. The survivors obeyed, ducking into alleyways, barely avoiding the clawed hands of the advancing clowns. In one alley, a small clown emerged from a manhole, its skin cracked. Paint peeling, but its eyes bright with murderous intelligence. Mara fired a flare, and the creature screeched, dissolving into a puff of black smoke, only to reform moments later on the other side of the street. "It's multiplying," Lewis said, voice trembling. "Every time we think we're safe." A balloon floated past Mara's face, popping with a wet snap that splattered her cheek. She realized with horror that the red rain was not water, it was part of them, part of the mask. Hours later, the group barricaded themselves in an abandoned fire station. The red fog had seeped in, thickening, clinging to skin and clothing. Anyone breathing it too long began twitching. David was the first to succumb. His laughter started as a whisper, then grew into a roar that shredded his own vocal cords. His hands clawed at his face, peeling at the skin. "David!" Mara screamed, trying to pull him away. But it was too late. His body contorted, bones cracking, his teeth stretching unnaturally. When he finished, he was David anymore, he was one of them. A clown, patchwork and twisted, standing on two legs with a grin wider than humanly possible. The survivors stared in terror as the creature advanced. The mask didn't just create clowns, it claimed humans. "We have to leave, now," Lewis whispered. They fled the fire station, weaving through abandoned streets, always pursued by the multiplying army of painted horrors. By nightfall, East Hollow was completely under the mask's control. The clowns marched through the streets, their numbers uncountable. They moved in waves, synchronized like some grotesque military unit. The red rain poured down, and in its wake, more citizens fell under the mask's influence. Mara noticed the pattern. Anyone who laughed, even nervously, became a target. The clowns didn't just attack, they converted. She watched from the rooftops as a group of survivors ran screaming down Main Street. One of them tripped. A small clown grabbed him, held his head under the red rain. His scream turned into manic laughter, body twisting, skin stretching, and when he stood again, he joined the parade of horrors. "It's a virus," Mara whispered. "A laughter virus, but alive." Above them, the Ferris wheel from the fairgrounds began spinning. Its bulbs glowed, red and yellow, lighting the streets like the eyes of some monstrous predator. Mara and the remaining survivors found temporary refuge in a high school gym. The doors were reinforced with metal bars, windows sealed with plywood. They caught their breath, listening to the distant sound of music, a calliope tune drifting across the town. Then came the whispering. "Laugh, join, don't fight." The voice was inside Mara's head, not the room. Every survivor felt it. Some cried, some screamed, some began laughing uncontrollably. The mask wasn't just a parasite, it was intelligent. It could reach inside the mind, manipulate, seduce, and terrify. Mara pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block the voice. "It's not just out there," she realized. "It's in us now." A shadow moved across the gym floor. When Mara turned, a clown stepped from the doorway, holding a mask identical to her own face. The creature's grin stretched impossibly, teeth glinting. "Wear it," it hissed. Mara grabbed a fire extinguisher and swung. The clown dissolved into smoke, but the laughter never stopped. She realized every time one was destroyed, the mask could manifest a new one almost immediately. The survivors knew they couldn't stay in the gym. East Hollow was lost. Mara suggested heading into the surrounding woods, The clowns had yet to fully infiltrate them. The forest was silent at first, unnervingly so. The survivors moved cautiously, but soon the red fog crept along the tree line. Balloons floated above the branches like rotting fruit. Whispers followed them. Then they saw it, dozens of clowns standing in a line perfectly still, eyes fixed on the survivors. Their smiles glowed faintly in the fog as if lit from within. One of them held a megaphone. "We've waited," it said. "Your laughter is overdue." The clowns began to move, slowly then faster, spreading through the trees like a flood. Mara fired her flare, and the light reflected off dozens of eyes, all unblinking, all grinning. The survivors ran deeper into the woods, but the forest seemed endless, twisting, reshaping. Behind them, laughter echoed, distorted, multiplied. "It's hunting us," Lewis gasped, "and it never stops." Deep in the forest, Mara and her group stumbled upon the remains of an old circus tent. The canvas was torn, but the interior glowed with a dim, unnatural light. At the center stood the clown queen, massive, grotesque, her costume made from stitched human clothes. Her hair was wild and flaming red, eyes burning like coals, and dozens of smaller clowns circled her like ants. "Welcome," she said, her voice layered with hundreds of whispers. "You've run far, little lambs, but the mask finds all." The survivors froze. Each step toward her sent a tremor through the ground. Balloons floated above, each containing faintly visible faces of the captured townspeople. "We can't fight her," Lewis whispered. "She's not just one clown, she's all of them." Mara noticed something horrifying. The queen moved almost impossibly, her limbs bending in ways human anatomy shouldn't allow. And yet, she carried herself with elegance, a predator fully aware of her prey. "Your laughter will fuel the carnival," the queen said, "and when the last breath leaves your body, it will be mine." The survivors realized the truth. The invasion wasn't random. East Hollow was the epicenter, and the queen was the heart of it. As the survivors fled the circus tent, the red fog intensified. It seeped through the trees, curling around their legs, entering their mouths and noses. Laughter filled the woods, faint at first, then louder, growing into a deafening roar that seemed to come from all directions. One by one, survivors began coughing, their skin twitching as the fog entered their lungs. Mara watched in horror as one of the teenagers began convulsing, the flesh of his face stretching into a painted grin. In seconds, he had transformed into a small clown, joining the march toward the queen. "It's not just here," Mara realized. "It spreads like a disease." The forest was no longer safe. Every breath carried the mask. Every shadow hid the queen's minions. Even the night itself seemed to bend under her influence, glowing faintly red. Desperate, Mara led the remaining survivors to the ruins of an abandoned funhouse on the edge of the forest. She remembered the mirrors, the distortion of reality, and thought it might give them an advantage. Inside, the mirrors reflected dozens of clown faces, not just real, but hallucinated. Every reflection whispered, "Join us, we are your laughter." The survivors tried to cover their ears, close their eyes, but it was useless. The mask could reach through sound, through sight, through thought itself. A clown emerged from a broken mirror, half-formed, smoke and light swirling around its body. Mara swung a metal pipe. The creature shrieked, dissolving into mist, only for another to emerge moments later from a different mirror. "It's endless," Lewis gasped. "We can't kill them, we can't escape them. The mask, it is the world now." The mirrors weren't just reflective, they were portals, and the funhouse had become a trap. The survivors realized the only way out was to go through the queen herself. Mara led the survivors into the forest clearing where the queen had made her lair. Hundreds of smaller clowns moved ahead, a living carpet of grins and painted madness. The ground pulsed, as if alive. Balloons floated above, each containing a screaming, laughing face. The queen waited at the center, arms raised, chanting in a voice layered with every sound the mask had ever consumed. Give me your laughter, give me your fear, give me the last spark of life you cling to. Mara knew the only way to survive was to distract the queen long enough for the others to escape. She ignited every flare she had left, hurling them into the surrounding clowns. Fire met fog, a strange combination that made the clowns scream and dissolve temporarily. The queen roared, a sound like thousands of circus organs breaking at once. The forest itself seemed to convulse under the sound. You cannot win, she hissed. Mara realized she wasn't trying to win. She was trying to survive, and maybe, just maybe, escape the forest alive. As dawn approached, the fog began to thin, but the queen's power was still immense. Mara led the remaining survivors through a narrow creek that ran out of the forest. Balloons floated in their path, dripping red fluid, but the moving water seemed to disrupt the mask's concentration. One by one, the survivors staggered into the open, gasping, coughing, and trembling. Mara looked back. The forest seemed endless. The queen and her army nowhere visible, yet she could feel them, watching, waiting. When they reached the highway, a single car appeared in the distance. Mara waved, desperate. The engine roared, headlights cutting through the morning mist. But the red fog lingered. Even in the open, laughter echoed faintly in the wind, promising that the queen would return, and East Hollow would never truly be free. We survived for now, Mara whispered. The survivors drove away, but deep in the woods, a single balloon floated toward the tree line, drifting silently. Its surface rippled like a heartbeat, and inside, faintly, a painted smile gleamed in the morning sun. Next town, the mask whispered. Mara and the remaining survivors drove in silence, the red fog trailing behind them like a malevolent shadow. East Hollow was gone, consumed by laughter, fire, and the mask's relentless army. They reached the next town, Greystone, just as dusk fell. At first it appeared untouched. Lights blinked in houses and cars moved along the main street. Relief filled the survivors' hearts, temporary, fragile. But the streets were too quiet. A single balloon drifted past the lead car, red and glistening. Mara froze. The fog was already curling at the edges of the town. It's spreading, Lewis whispered. The mask, it doesn't stay contained, it hunts. People emerged from their homes, smiling too wide. Children laughed with hollow eyes, moving unnaturally toward the balloon. Mara saw the first human fully transform. A man in a business suit twisted as his body stretched, limbs contorting into patchwork, painted madness. He smiled at her as though she were the one infected. The survivors realized immediately, fleeing didn't matter. The mask was not bound by distance or reason. It followed, it infiltrated, and it consumed. The group decided to leave by train. Hopping the rails would get them far from the infected zones. Greystone's train station, however, was empty except for the sounds of distant carnival music, a warped calliope that seemed to echo from inside their own heads. As they waited, Mara noticed movement on the tracks. Hundreds of clowns marched toward them, dragging what appeared to be the remains of the first train cars, twisting them into grotesque shapes. Their faces were a patchwork of paint, flesh, and sewn smiles. It's not just physical, Mara realized aloud. They infect whatever they touch, and the sound, it's part of it. Lewis tried to hold the doors closed as the first wave slammed against the station, glass shattering, metal bending. Screams filled the air. One of the survivors, trying to escape, was pulled into the crowd by a dozen hands, body contorting as it joined the army. The train arrived, delayed by unexplained forces. Mara, Lewis, and the remaining survivors jumped aboard, hearts hammering. Behind them, the station vanished into the fog. Not burned, not destroyed, just swallowed. The train moved slowly through the night, but the red fog followed. Balloons pressed against the windows, dripping their sickly liquid. Clown faces appeared on the glass, smiles stretching impossibly, eyes glowing faintly red. In the carriage, survivors whispered in fear, praying the mask wouldn't enter. Mara tried to keep their minds occupied, telling stories, keeping the group alert. But the mask was patient, and laughter began to bubble up in whispers among the passengers, involuntary, maddening. David, who had survived the first attack but was now coughing violently, began to twitch. His skin split, revealing painted streaks underneath. His teeth lengthened. He collapsed, convulsing. By the time Mara intervened, he had fully transformed. He grinned at her, yellow teeth glinting in the dim light. "It's never over," he hissed. "It just moves, waits, learns." The survivors barricaded the carriage doors. Mara realized that escaping was no longer just about survival. It was about resisting transformation, resisting the mask's influence in mind and body. Morning came, but there was no sun. The red fog persisted, glowing faintly through the train windows. Mara mapped out the surrounding towns on a paper map, realizing the mask was expanding like a network of infection. Wherever laughter, joy, or fear existed, it could latch on and multiply. Each stop along the way revealed the same horrors. Towns abandoned, bodies twisted into grinning, painted forms, balloons floating from every tree, pole, and rooftop. Every survivor they saw was either converted or gone. The Clown Queen's reach was absolute. Even animals twisted into patchwork horrors, some following the survivors along the tracks. Each day, she learned, adapted, growing stronger. Mara began to formulate a plan. If the mask's strength came from its ability to convert and consume, perhaps cutting it off at the source, the Clown Queen might stop it. But reaching her would require returning to the epicenter, East Hollow. "We're not running anymore," Mara whispered. "We're going back and we're ending this." The train screeched to a stop just outside East Hollow. The town was unrecognizable. The red fog hung low, thick enough to make breathing difficult. Ruined buildings leaned impossibly, streets cracked and bubbling with red liquid. The Ferris wheel rotated slowly, glowing faintly in the center, as if watching. "This is it," Lewis said. "No turning back." Mara led the survivors through the streets, every step accompanied by whispers and faint laughter. From the shadows, clowns emerged, some running on all fours, others gliding, others appearing as human-shaped balloons. Everyone was a living embodiment of madness. At the center of town stood the Clown Queen. Her crown of balloons pulsed with a dim heartbeat. Hundreds of smaller clowns circled her, chanting. The red fog thickened around Mara, pressing against her lungs. "You return to die," the Queen said, her voice layered with thousands of whispers. Mara raised a flare, lighting the fog. The Queen recoiled slightly, but her minions surged forward, unstoppable. Mara realized this fight would not be won by weapons alone. They had to destroy the source, the Queen herself, or the mask would consume the world. Mara and the remaining survivors pressed through the streets of East Hollow. The red fog clung to their clothes, their skin, invading their lungs with each breath. Each inhalation made their heads spin, bringing faint, involuntary laughter to the surface. Mara's heart pounded, adrenaline mixing with fear. The Clown Queen awaited in the center of the town, atop a cracked, glowing Ferris wheel platform. Her minions swarmed the streets, each step producing the wet, grotesque sound of merging flesh. Mara counted roughly 50 clowns in her line of sight, but she knew hundreds more were hidden in the fog, waiting for them to falter. "Stay close," she whispered to Lewis and the others. "One step at a time. Don't breathe too deeply." The group advanced. Every shadow seemed to twitch, every sound multiplied. A faint calliope tune played in Mara's mind. She realized the mask could reach inside her thoughts. Panic began to rise. "It's inside me," she whispered. Her hands shook, pulse hammering. The Ferris wheel towered above them, lights glowing like angry eyes. Balloons floated in the fog around the platform, each containing faces of the consumed, townspeople, children, even animals. their expressions twisted eternally in terror and manic laughter. The queen's voice rolled across the town, layered and distorted. "Welcome back, little lambs. You brought yourselves to me." The survivors drew weapons, flares, pipes, a few handguns, but the queen didn't move immediately. She raised her arms, and the smaller clowns swarmed forward in perfect synchronization. Mara realized the pattern. The queen wasn't just leading them, she was them. Every movement, every tactic, every attack was channeled through her. She was the mask. "To destroy her, we have to reach her," Mara said. "No distractions." They moved in a staggered formation. The fog thickened, and whispers rose into an unbearable roar. The smaller clowns lunged, but Mara swung a flare, igniting the fog momentarily. The queen hissed, a sound like shattered organs, and the minions recoiled just enough for them to advance. At the base of the Ferris wheel, Mara and Lewis found a large, circular pit. The red fog swirled violently above it. The queen hovered over the pit, crown of balloons quivering, her grin impossibly wide. "Give me your laughter," she hissed. "Give me your fear, give me everything." Mara realized this was the source. The mask's power radiated from the pit. Every clown, every infected townsperson, every whisper, every red raindrop emanated from this heart. Destroy the pit, she thought, and maybe she could sever the connection. Lewis laid charges they had found in an abandoned hardware store. Mara held them steady, praying the queen wouldn't notice. The smaller clowns surged, but Mara struck with a flare, igniting some and forcing others back. The queen shrieked, fury rolling across the town like a storm. Balloons floated higher, glowing brighter, the faces inside writhing. The fog churned violently. "Do it now," Mara shouted. Lewis detonated the explosives. The pit erupted in a burst of fire and red mist. The ground quaked. The queen screamed, a sound that split reality, and the Ferris wheel collapsed, sparks and fire raining down. The explosion didn't immediately destroy the queen. She writhed, half human, half mask, screaming in thousands of layered voices. The red fog swirled violently, pulling in the smaller clowns. Some dissolved, others twisted further into monstrous parodies of humanity. Mara ran toward the queen, heart hammering. Every step was agony, every breath bringing the faint laughter closer to bursting inside her own skull. "This ends now," she screamed. She grabbed a flare and threw it at the queen. The fire ignited the balloons atop her crown, bursting with a wet, grotesque sound. Faces shrieked from inside the floating globes, twisted and broken. With a final, inhuman howl, the queen collapsed into the pit. The red fog roared one last time before collapsing inward, vanishing like smoke sucked into a void. The remaining clowns convulsed, shrieking, then dissolved into the mist. Mara collapsed, coughing, shaking. Lewis helped her up. Around them, the town was eerily silent. The air smelled like ash, blood, and burnt plastic. "Is it over?" Mara whispered. The silence answered her. Sunlight broke over East Hollow for the first time in weeks. The red fog had vanished, and the streets were quiet. Broken buildings, shattered cars, and melted balloons littered the town, a grotesque graveyard of what had once been life. Mara and Lewis walked through the streets, counting survivors. Few remained, their eyes haunted, minds fraying from the whispers they had endured. East Hollow was a hushed, broken town. But Mara knew the truth. The mask wasn't gone. It had been defeated here at this epicenter, but it was patient. Somewhere in the edges of the world, laughter still lingered. Somewhere, a clown might rise again. She looked to the horizon. The sun glinted off something red, a single balloon drifting lazily in the wind. Her stomach sank. "It's never really gone," she whispered. As the survivors left East Hollow behind, the faintest echo of carnival music carried through the air, so faint it might have been imagination. But Mara knew better. Somewhere the mask waited, patient, hungry. The apocalypse had been delayed, not defeated, and the world would never laugh the same way again.